All right, early stream, or earlier stream, I shouldn't say. About the time I'd probably actually get to work normally. Neovim vibin. Idea for today's stream is not to use any kind of subscription service. So I will be using pay-per-use AI and through Neovim or straight up CLI. That's the whole idea for today's stream. I do need to set things up though. We'll do dependencies first, which is like Claude code, I think. The first one, and then I also do need a login. I should have done this before I started the stream. Oh well, mistakes were made. Actually, you know, it might be good to just have it for historical reference. It's not like it shows like anything. Not like it's like an API key that you can just steal. So it's fine. Yeah, early. Really early, as. ABS, how you doing, man? We're doing, I've switched it up on the whole usage of AI. The idea here is, if you know me, I'm pretty cheap. I don't like spending money. Just as a general rule of thumb, if it costs money, I don't typically like it. So, the idea here is to switch completely to Vibe. Whenever I'm asking AI anything, I want to just ask Claude Code, because Claude 4 is just the best at coding. But I want to be very specific, and by getting charged every single request, and I've done tests on these requests. More complex requests, it's like 50 cents, man. It's a good chunk. And by doing it this way, I feel like, one, I'm going to get a better response, and I'm going to get better results. And two, I'm never going to get rate limited. I'm never going to just run out of credits, of premium credits. And whenever you're on those unlimited monthly fee type deals, it feels like you get dumber and you start asking really stupid questions. So I feel like this is a kind of a happy medium of how to fix it. So you have this Claude account with subscription. The thing I hate about Anthropic, who runs Claude, is it's in 5-hour intervals, essentially. And you get rate limited if you have more requests in that 5 hours. And then they're just like, sorry, you've run out of credits. Go up to our $100 plan or our $200 plan, which is stupid. I'm not going to use that. So API usage it is. The cool thing I like about this, it shows you exactly how much money each request is. So we're going to actually have a web dashboard, but also set this up to when we run these requests through the terminal, you're going to see exactly how much each request costs. This could be magic or tragic because we end up spending my kids' college fund, but it should be fun. Totally worth it. It should be good. All right, here we go. Oh, okay. I think I don't know if my sound's working over here. Oh, well. Let me get this going here. 1 second. Oh, dude. My Google account's not on here. What the hell? I just had it. Oh, well. Let's see. Hopefully it doesn't require my two-factor. Son of a biscuit eater. What did I do with that key? One second. Okay. Still working. Phew. All right, good. Build with Claude, authorize. Okay, we are business. All right, we are back. Yeah, sometimes college with experience is useless. Yeah, I'd say the biggest thing about college that what I've noticed in business from people that did go to college. I went to like community college, for like a hot second, and then I was like, I gotta spend all this money and I got put in. I remember I was doing comp sci, and it was the person teaching computer concepts. I knew more than them, and it bugged me. I was like, I am paying money to learn nothing, to help other students out, and this teacher is awful. And I was just so frustrated by the end of it, I just ended up dropping out. I should have gone to an actual 4-year, looking back. But I was poor. I didn't have any money. And I didn't want to go into debt like $100K. If I had to do it over again, would I make a different decision? Nah, I was pretty immature. I probably would have blown all that money and not even gotten a degree or even done any better, maybe. Hard to say. Hard to say. The butterfly effect is a thing. And yeah, I wouldn't change a thing how I did it. But yes. Oof. Sometimes college is useless. But I would say from everybody I've met in real life and gone through business, and I've gone into big business and other different careers, I would say probably the thing I noticed about people with college degrees where it paid off for them was the networking, especially in like the C-suite. Like I remember I went into a business that got bought out by a VC. Every single new executive was like a buddy from college. Boys Club. That is a real thing. So it's not what you know, it's who you know. All right. Do you trust files? Yeah, let's trust those files. All right, cool. So Claude Code is good to go now. Let's push this guy over into here. Now, here is what we have. Right now, I've done some tests on my other machines. I've spent $1.43. Yeah, my college experience was some professors just put on YouTube videos. One dude, you mind tell me how much you paid for college? Or what college it was? Because that seems insane to me. I would smack the person. I'd be like, I'm paying good money for this, and this is what I'm getting? This is insane. Ugh. Too damn much. That's fair. That's fair. A lot of people always ask. I think you need some form of higher education. So I don't want to just crap all over higher education. I do think there's some really good value there, and especially I'm American. So if you're around the world, there's people that can get higher education for cheap or sometimes free. You should do that, 100%. But here in America, yeah, sometimes like a semester could cost you $50,000. And if you're going for like underwater basket weaving, liberal arts, history, yeah, you're just blowing your future. You're putting yourself in a massive hole, a debt that you can't even. Here's a fun fact: here in America, they want to protect the banks from us. So of course, student loan debt can never be forgiven through a bankruptcy. So you will always pay off your student loan debt. You will never escape it. It is just inevitable. So be very careful with student debt, is what I would say. Preferably, just have some rich parents. That's the best way to do it here in America. Just have some rich parents. It'll be good for you. Otherwise, you better know damn well what you want to do. Now, my brother, he paid for his college, and he doesn't regret it. He says it's a great decision. And my parents sure as shit didn't give him $1 to do college. And he's a lawyer. But he waited, and he knew I can do this. And he went in, and he was driven, and he runs his own law firm, everything now. So you can do it, but my God, you have to know exactly what you want to do and go for it. People just blindly going into college, I would highly suggest against, unless you can do it with minimal debt, where you get lots of scholarships, or have rich parents. Those are the two options, I would say. Or go to community college, see if you want to do something like that too. Dude, $40K for a 4-year degree is amazing, Razzle. That's a great ROI. That is awesome. That is a Chad right there. That's a great deal. What I'm saying, as just a general rule of thumb, I've seen people put themselves in debt like 150, 200, 300K and get a 4-year degree and not be able to use anything with it, especially in the tech world. Like getting a tech 4-year degree, man, I have a hard time wrapping my brain around that. But I mean, you got to remember, I have survivorship bias here, where I went and got technical certs. So for me, I come from the system administration side of things, where I just needed to learn by doing. And I was fortunate enough to get a good starter job to get into tech, and then be able to work my way through a lot of sysadmin stuff. And I did that by getting certifications. Certifications is a decent toehold, and then once you get enough of them, then you can kind of just experience carries you through the rest. Claude, man. Claude is the way to go. I tried a bunch of others, but when it comes to coding, I haven't met anything. Now, Grok is starting to come around, and Grok could become really interesting, but the CLI experience with Grok is less than ideal and not very mature where Claude is. So that's kind of where I am. I had a friend with 150K in debt. It's going to take him 15 years to pay it off. Well, maybe. It depends on the attorney. This is funny. This is actually kind of turning into a career starter. But I know a lot about attorneys. My brother's one. But also, I've worked for a law firm for over 15 years. And I can tell you a lot about how that entire business works. So attorneys, what they don't tell you is a lot of them probably won't make 6 figures out of law school. They will make a decent amount, but if they end up, there's a lot of ways they can go. If they go the corporate route where they're doing just like document review, God bless them. I could never do that as a profession. That's just rough. You're basically just in a closet, just reviewing emails forever. If it's a big enough case. I mean, I remember one case I loaded up for a team of attorneys. It was over 1 million documents, and it was insane. It was an insane document review. Lots of money in it, though. And I just felt so bad for the attorneys because they might be making, they were probably making 100K a year. But God bless, they had all that debt to pay for on top of it. So that's not where you really make money as an attorney. Where you make money as an attorney will be off of being either a trial attorney or being able to like do your own practice. Because the cool thing about attorneys is you own pretty much your clients. Like if you leave a law firm and you originated a lot of the cases, those clients are yours, not the law firm's. And you are representative of those clients. You don't just turn that over to them. So it's not like a lot of other businesses in that regard. So a lot of times, if you're a really good attorney and you have a good client list, what I see is a lot of attorneys are just too chicken to start their own business. And that costs them so much money, where they can make a ton of money by starting their own deal. But a lot of them end up getting there in the end, usually a little bit later. And it's definitely a difficult thing to do. Don't get me wrong, but if you can, and I would say the definition of an attorney that would make it, they're all a little bit off, and they're all got a screw loose, typically the really successful ones. And they're crazy, meaning they can just walk up to somebody and probably punch them in the face, and that's just in their DNA. It's just weird. They're just strange, really bombastic usually, or just fearless. And that's, if that doesn't sound like you probably shouldn't be an attorney. Otherwise, you're just going to be sitting there doing doc review forever and just hating life until you're finally debt free 15 years later. So I think I wanted to paint a picture of two paths for an attorney, and that's a rough one. I would never, I don't think I could ever do, I know I could never do it. So my hat's off to my brother. I'm proud as hell of him doing what he does, but yeah, that's a rough gig. Any tips on how to switch from VS Code to Neovim? Get good. If you have any tips for me, you let me know. Yeah. Do we have to relearn Neovim every 5 years? No, you have to relearn it every year. Because the plugins change. That's the thing that people don't tell you about Neovim. Oh, God. It hurts because it's true. All right, let's go. All right, let's exit here. All right, so anytime we are in Neovim or Claude Code, we are spending money now. And whenever we make requests, we'll know. It's going to be pretty neat. It's going to be great. Let's see. Every task gives me a permissions error? Have access to yay bin. I don't know what that is, Enron. I would just run it directly from, like, for Linutel, I would just install Cargo and just run it from here. That's the best way to do it. I don't manage the AUR, and I think that one's out of date too. I guess I could go take it down or see if I could make a takedown request for the Linutel and the AUR. Or you could just do like a curl fizzle christitus.com/Linux and then just pipe it to SH, and then you can just launch it this way as well, if you don't want to install anything. So those are the ways I would run Windows. I would not use AUR. That's just not maintained, and I gotta figure out a way to take that down. I guess I could flag it out of date. Anywho. This is Hyperland. Old Hyperland. Alright, Neovim. Where are we? Get pull. I do want to do a listing of .config. Let's make sure this is mapped to the right one. The other day, I redid a Neovim and it didn't map it to the right one. Okay, we are. We're mapped to the right place. Alright, let's update us. Update some Neovim. Alright. Yep. Cool. Clean and update. Let's go. Alright, cool. We're in Neovim. I did change a few things around. So I tried the snacks dashboard. It kept giving me some weird errors from time to time and just kind of bugging out on me. So I ended up dumping snacks. And then I did kind of have the Explorer set up, which I like. This was great for setting up Smart. What's up with my text. Let's quit real fast. Let's relaunch. Huh. I don't like that. I can't see the damn path. What's up with that? Alright, let's fix that, I suppose. Where would that be? Probably colors? But the idea is never to leave Neovim. Now, I do have Claude Code now to where we can pull Claude Code directly in. And then do it from here. I don't think I like this method, though. This method, they charge me just to launch it. Wow. Thanks, Anthropic. Greedy bastards. Anyways, I don't think I like this method because it doesn't give me a full screen. So I think what I'll probably do instead of launching it like that, I probably will end up just going to a new terminal. So let's take this one, push it to like 4, and I think I'll probably do 2 terminals and then kind of be in here and then Claude Code from here and then just switch back. That way I have kind of full screen Claude Code both ways. Baking it all into Neovim, it just doesn't feel very good to me, especially with the bigger text. Maybe if I had like a 1440 or a 4K monitor and the text was really small, I could do that, but I'm going full blown old man mode on all my stuff just because I kind of like this. I like big text on the screen. That, and it makes it better for playing and, you know, people watching too. But even when I'm not streaming, I still like it this big. Do you have any experience with ISA, RISC-V, PowerPC? Yeah. First Mac cert I got was actually PowerPC, right as the transition from PowerPC to Intel happened. RISC-V, I bought like a little micro clockwork PC, and I was going to do a YouTube video on it, but then it never happened. I built the whole thing, and I used it for a little bit, and then I was like, I'm going to build a custom OS on it. Then it was kind of slow as balls, as RISC is not very fast. And, yeah, I never really used it, and I never made a YouTube video about it. It's like, man, I have a lot of stuff like that, though, where I was just like, I'm going to make a YouTube video on this, and then I end up using it, and I'm just like, yeah, I don't think it'd make a very good video. I'm not going to make it. that was the RISC-V one. But yeah, a little bit with some architectures. Hey Chris, so I'm a contractor working for an electronics company in the IT field. I'm 36 years old and I'm trying to land a job as a sysadmin. Is being a contractor a good idea? I heard there's no growth as a contractor. Contractor is fantastic. I actually was a contractor for about 6 months, and that's how I landed my really good gig. So what happens with contracting is you get to experience a bunch of different people. Now, depending on your employer, the employer at the time I was using required me to sign a non-compete agreement. Now, non-competes are kind of interesting. Depending on the state that you're in, they're not very enforceable, especially here in Texas. So that was kind of nice. So I did sign a non-compete agreement, and I actually got a job offer from the client that I signed up with that specific firm for contracting. Now, I could have gone to them, and actually fun fact, about 3 or 4 years later, they did contact me back and tried to poach me, and even offered me a job where I was going to take it. But then my employer at the time gave me a $30,000 raise to keep me. So that was that was pretty nice. Now, typically advice is you never should accept the counter offer. I did not take it up that advice, and did not follow traditional advice in that regard, because I really just did enjoy where I was at, and I did end up taking the counter and remaining where I was. It was a great decision. It worked out for me. But typically most people say it never does. Most people just, usually when they're paying way more for you, they're probably going to want to replace you, but that's just was not the case in this regard. But I'm sorry, I got to digress. Contracting work is great because you get to see tons of different systems. So I remember when I was contracting, I was set up, probably 20, 30 different construction companies here in Dallas-Fort Worth. I saw a variety of different doctors' offices, law firms, which I had talked about. There was a bug company here. I remember setting up air conditioning company, a lot of different things. So I did the whole gamut of different setups for infrastructure for these different businesses, and it was really good exposure. So I got to see a whole bunch of different things, and it kind of got my name out there. So the job I ended up taking, which was actually not in violation of my non-compete, was because of a vendor I worked with for a contractor. So I went to this business. It was another law firm, believe it or not. And I remember that it was called Time Managed from LexisNexis. And I worked with this wonderful, wonderful vendor, which is rare. Most vendors I absolutely can't stand, but he was very, he had an attention to detail. His name was Robert Rice. Amazing individual. And I worked with him, and I loved working with him because we did these migrations, and he was just like, okay, we're going to verify every single row when we do this migration. Do you have this? And I was like, yep, here you go. And he was just on top of everything. And he thought apparently I was on top of everything on my side too. So it was just a great pairing, and it was just such a great working environment. And I still miss Robert. He was just probably one of my best experiences partnering up with someone in my professional career was with him. And I remember he ended up recommending me to another bigger firm, and they contacted me, and that's how I ended up getting my job, was all through contracting. So you as a contractor, as long as you're talking with the end client, and even if you're not, and you're just talking with vendors, you'd be shocked at how many personal relationships you can make and networking through those vendors. So, yeah, you're not wasting your time as a contractor. Now, as far as growth as contractors, there's not a lot of growth. You're not going to be with that contracting firm for very long usually. You know, that's the thing. You're not going to be there for years and years and years. You could, but a lot of times they just, these days, I think most contracting firms here in Dallas-Fort Worth, I got a job offer for about, I think it was about $105,000 a year, was the last offer I had. And that was 8 years ago. Maybe, nah, it might have been, yeah, no, it was 6 or 7 years ago, actually, now that I think about it, because I already started YouTube. And I didn't take that offer because it was just going to be a lot of work. And that was the thing. And there's not a lot of growth there. I was already close to the ceiling, I knew, for being a technician. And that's the thing. You're not going to make a ton of money. I mean, 100K is still a lot of money, but it's not like there's not going to be a lot of growth potential there. But you can network, get in-house, and then like your life will become substantially easier, and you'll probably make more money just working for a business. In-house works the best. That's probably where you want to end up. So I'd be looking at that, depending on your non-compete agreement, and then move from there. Yeah. I'm an intern medical doctor. I got into Linux because of you, and I'm currently on Fedora. I can comfortably use the terminal and read man pages and documentation. I really hope for... is there any hope for me to learn programming? Yeah. I think anybody can learn programming. It's just... I think the thing that people forget with programming is... you're always going to be looking stuff up in programming. I think people look at really gifted people that have done a ton of programming. Take like the Primogen, for example. You're not going to be like Primogen. Probably not. Maybe, but probably not. Because I'm not like him at all. And he's very, very on top of things. He's done it. And I think there's different programmers out there. You can dabble in programming like I do and have a blast. But I'm not trying to get a job in programming. And that's the difference between us, is he's dedicated his whole life to programming, where for me it's like a fun hobby. And that's just a big difference in what our capabilities are. He's much more capable. He will always be much more capable than me. He has probably 10, 15 years on me and dedicated time. So, and also understanding some of the concepts. So you're not going to be like Neo in the Matrix, where you're just going to start to see the code. That's, less than a percent, less than a fraction of a percent. Most people, you're going to struggle, but it's okay. The struggle is part of the fun. It's more about the journey than the destination. And I think a lot of people miss that in programming. You can still have a lot of fun in programming, and it's okay to just not know. And then you can look up stuff. And the more stuff you look up, the more stuff you figure out, the more programs you make, the better you get. I think a lot of people get caught in... Now, I haven't done an actual programming tutorial, so maybe they've gotten better. But a lot of people do these code camps and tutorials and other stuff. And I've always found them just a massive waste of time. Like, I know what a freaking variable is. I know what a loop is. Types I kind of understand. I know enough to go, okay, I don't need a stupid tutorial. So paying money for like a tutorial service or tutorial videos, I think it's just a waste of time, because there's so many nuances and so many different rabbit holes in programming, much like Linux, that it's like, you're never gonna know it all. You're just not. You gotta go do it. And you start with the hello world, which is super easy, and then as you start to get into the more complex stuff, you kind of have AI there to kind of nudge you along, and you can still have a fun time. Are you gonna know all the code? No. You're gonna understand recursion and all the other crazy shit that these professional programmers know? No, probably not. But you can still have fun doing it, and maybe you will. Eventually you will. But it depends on how much you want to do it. That's my take on programming. Maybe completely off. Maybe people are screaming at the screen like, "What the hell, Titus? That's crazy talk. What, you don't know anything?" I'll be like, "Yeah, I don't." I cut my teeth. I did 20 years of sysadmin work. I just know how to do scripting really well. I understand basic concepts, and I can problem solve. That's what I'm good at. So I can usually kind of fumble my way through a program. It's more of, you'd be shocked. Programming, I think, is more about the idea, the ability to problem solve, and less about language, understanding these complex I'm sure like FANG companies and a lot of these people, professional programmers that have gone through and really understand the intricacies of all the different programming languages. Sure. There's definitely value in that. I'm not saying there's not. But if you just want to have fun and just make cool shit, you don't really need any of that. You don't need to go to school. You don't need to go to take a whole bunch of classes. You don't need to go buy a bunch of tutorials. You don't even need to buy a damn book. Just watch a couple videos, understand the basic concepts, and then just start making cool stuff. Eventually it'll click somewhat. At least that's my take. Vibing or vibe coding? A little bit of both, but only the CLI. We will be just doing Claude code, pay per request. So if we vibe, we're gonna pay for it. Probably in more ways than one, but we're gonna pay for it. How can you switch between Linux and Mac OS? Yeah. I have a Matrix. Matrix. I press a button and it'll switch between Mac OS, like a M4 Air, and then my Xeon-based amazing Arch Linux install. what true programmers use is obviously Linux. Unless you're a front-end programmer, and then you can use Mac. At least that's the stereotype I always hear. Yeah. Yeah, KVM. KVM, I'm sorry. I'm still not... I am terrible in the morning, guys. You probably should not listen to anything I say in the morning. It is just straight my brain waking up, and then just the first thing I think comes out of my mouth. That's what I do. All right. So, what about Neovim was I wondering? What project are we pulling up? So, we got Neovim pretty much set, and I'm going to try and stick in Neovim the entire stream. See how I do. What's your first distro? First distro is Fedora, actually. How... so I kind of have an advantage against everybody using Linux. Like, I started desktop Linux really on YouTube because I wanted to do 30 days in Linux. I thought, oh, that'd be a great video idea. It was. But I had a massive advantage because I've done sysadmin work for like 20 years. At that point in time, probably 15 years of sysadmin work. Actually, shit, I'm up to like 25 years of sysadmin work now. But I've set up a lot of servers. I've used a huge array of different Linux tools over that period of time because, I mean, Linux really invaded the networking scene in the early 2000s, really. Early to mid 2000s. So if you were doing sysadmin work, you were dealing with Linux, even back then. So I already knew a lot. And then I think sometime in 2010, I started using CentOS a whole bunch for asterisk boxes. I was setting up for different government agencies to do remote telephony, and it was just contract with my current employer at the time. They got bought out and they're owned by somebody else now. But I would set up all the asterisk boxes. So we'd set up those, and then they get slopped into usually some like remote trailer, and that trailer would get wheeled out into the middle of nowhere. Usually disaster style setups. We had contracts with like AT&T, FEMA, that type of thing, various 911 and different local government stuff, so they could set up pop up like 911 call centers. We had one bus with a whole bunch of stuff, but I digress. I cut my teeth a lot in Linux during that period of time. So I got to see a ton of CentOS, just CentOS 6, I think. So not even 7. And I think we moved to CentOS 7 towards the end there, which would have been early 2010s. And by the time I actually tried desktop Linux, I was like, oh, this is not bad. And even today in 2025, I still think desktop Linux kind of gross. Like when it comes to like using desktop environments, as close as you can get me to the terminal and the TTY, the better. As soon as you start adding a bunch of GUI crap into Linux, it just kind of falls apart for me. And that's kind of where I'm at in my Linux journey. Like, just give me a window manager and not much else. I want to configure everything through the terminal. If I'm not using the terminal, I'm not that happy usually. This color scheme is awful, by the way. Why is it so bad? Huh. Let's go. I guess we could move it back to Tokyo Night. Tokyo Night Storm. What is that? Is that better? It's a little hard to read. Let's try Tokyo Night Moon. better, maybe? Looks the same. Let's try day. Tokyo night day. That kind of doesn't make much sense, but... Oh, God. Ah, it's so bright. It's so bright. Oh, God, no. What did I do? Oh, God, no. Oh, Lord, why is that a thing? Why? No. That was awful. Okay, I'm sorry. Oh, my. Ha, ha, ha. Ha. Ah. Ah. Sorry, I didn't mean to do that. Oh. I'm not proud of my first experience in Linux. Let me try to think back. I think my first experience in Linux, I was kind of a script kiddie probably when I first started, like early 2000s. I was using I don't know if this distribution is around anymore. Sorry, I'm getting sidetracked here, but let's go. Do you guys remember Knoppix? Is that still around? So if you weren't familiar, and I don't know if they're like this anymore, they probably changed. So Knoppix, you could do word diving and you could do this. So I remember when I had an apartment. I mean, we're talking young Chris now. We're talking in my early 20s, and I didn't want to pay for internet. Because of course I've always been cheap my whole life. Knoppix had this tool built in to where essentially you just run it and then you can get everybody's Wi-Fi password. So then I remember using Knoppix with DDWRT. If you ever, God, is that still around? Because there was DDWRT 54G. It was like the Chad of all residential routers because you could put on all this custom firmware and make it do stuff that was kind of wild. I loved my DDWRT 54G with custom firmware on it. This looks like it got taken over by somebody probably. Anyways, yeah, this is like custom firmware you'd put on it and it'd make it almost like a professional box. So then I did that. I used Knoppix to hack and get everyone was using web encryption back then, which was super insecure. So I was on the 3rd floor in this apartment complex and I was able to get like probably 4 or 5 different people's Wi-Fi passwords and get on their networks. So then I was able to tie into their networks and kind of combine them to have like the best internet experience. So I was I was doing basically mesh back in the early 2000s and using everybody's internet. It was great. Probably illegal now that I think about it. Yeah, anyway, probably shouldn't have said that. I don't know if Knoppix does that anymore. Anywho. All right. I don't know if I like this theme. What do we think about the theme? I think it's too much. I think we're going to crush it on the compression when we're streaming. Well, I'm pretty sure I'd be out of the statute of limitations. That was over 20 years ago. So, I don't even know how you prosecute somebody on that. Let's go Neovim color schemes. What is the most popular color schemes? Here you go. Ah, dot file. Neovim color scheme top. Who is doing light theme in Neovim? My God. Night Fox. I kind of like that. Ooh, what about Groovebox Material? I like that as well. It's a little too light. Cyber Dream. I kind of like the Cyber Dream. The contrast is nice. Let's try it. go Scott. Scott McKendry. Cyber Dream. Let's try it out. There we go. All right. I don't think I had to quit there, but whatevs. Cyber Dream. Oops. Okay, let's go insert. Cyber Dream. Oh, I like that. Oh, it's got a good pop to it, I think. Yeah. Or is it flashing now? So Tokyo Night, I mean, the higher the contrast, typically the better off you are with streaming. So when you do Tokyo Night, usually you get more compression. So you would probably see flashing in here whenever the video compresses and gets streamed over. But it also depends on your bit rate. So if your internet kind of sucks, it'll probably flash because it gets compressed more. Zen Bones by Bill. Let's see what Zen Bones is. I don't think I've ever done that. Is it true Visual Studio is inevitable for Windows software development? I don't know about that. I want to fight against that, and I want to do more F-sharp stuff. Lady, thanks for the sub. 7 months. All right. Man, we are cruising. So, Cyber Dream. What was the other one you said? It was Bill's Zen Bones. I don't think I've ever used Zen Bones. So there's material. They all kind of blend in and kind of do the same. Dracula's a pretty popular one as well. Nord, I've done a bunch. Nordic. Vim Moonfly colors.
Yeah, well, the dude abides.
Deesh, thank you. Ah, new sub. All right. I've actually been seeing a lot more new subs, which is fun. It's good to see. All right, let's go Zen. Just see what all kinds of Zen color schemes. Zen Bones. Oh my. Chat would lose their mind if I use Zen Bones. Although the screen wouldn't flash. I would blind the living hell out of everybody, though. It'd be fun. Anyways. I think we're gonna... I kind of like the Cyber Dream. Ah, congrats, Tails, on the interview. Manufacturing engineer, man, that's good to hear. Yeah, I'm really enjoying F-sharp too, by the way. I know, like, I've gotten a little bit further in my book. So, well, what page am I on? I say that. I'm only on page 37 of 300. So, like 10% of the way done with the book. But I'm really enjoying the F-sharp. Let's write something in F-sharp, speaking of the devil. Because I think what I want to try and get to with F-sharp, and I want to do like a full stack with F-sharp on Linux. I know everyone's like, okay, God, why? Why? And the answer to why is because I think it would be cool. And that's all I need. That's all I need. I just want it to be cool. And I really am enjoying the language. So, you know, I think we could do something, but I want to. I have a whole bunch of like. I have an original deal with like a VPS. I did a bunch of free sponsorships for this VPS back in like 2019 in YouTube, and they never shut me off. So I've been using their VPS services for like a while now, and so we could set up something there, hook into it. And with .NET and F#, the only thing I don't like, I guess, with this stack is you'd have to use ASP.NET. So that's one thing where I'm kind of like, let's see let's do some vibing. How much money will you think we'll spend to do scaffolding for? How do I want to do the database? I don't want to use MS SQL. I can go die in a hole somewhere. I don't ever want to deal with MS SQL ever again. Probably Postgres is what we'll use for the database. I don't know. I'm not a web dev. I've never done web dev. Just kind of wanted to mess with it. I think it'd be fun though. SQLite. SQLite's fine and compact. It's not the most performant thing. Their code of conduct is hilarious as hell. Have you ever looked at SQLite's code of conduct? It's so funny. They basically just make fun of everybody. It's totally some sarcastic guy. Is it code of... Yeah, it must be like the rule. First of all, love Lord God with all your heart, your whole soul, your whole strength. That's like their code of conduct. Do not murder. Do not commit adultery. Do not steal. Do not covet. Yeah, SQLite. It's so funny that it's been so around for so long, and the code of ethics for SQLite is still there. It's pretty funny. Like, I mean, with everybody else being more, you know, HR friendly, the fact that their code of ethics has survived for decades at this point, it's kind of funny. I'm just saying. It's actually based. They were the ones that engineered. They're the ones that created the term based. Oh, I love it. So, let's go. Let's go GitHub. Let's make directory. Let's call it the F# stack. FS or F stack. All right. God bless. How much you think I'm going to chew through my entire... I think I only gave $5 to Claude. This is going to be a short stream. All right. God, it spent another fraction of a penny. I didn't even say anything other than exit. I just launched you and then hit exit. Why? All right, we're gonna go into the F stack. Wait, no. Yeah, okay, there's F stack. All right. So now let's launch Claude. All right, let's start asking Claude stuff. How fast am I going to burn through this API money? I'm going to be begging for subs here in a minute to pay for my Claude code. Let's go. Let's go. All right. I want to write a full stack in F# using .NET. What would this look like? I would imagine it'd be ASP.NET. I don't know how it's going to interface and other things, but let's see what it does. You will see a few PRs from me on WinUtil and Microwind. All right, sounds good, Caleb. All right, full stack frameworks and patterns. Let's see what we end up with. And it's gone. That's just how I imagine this $5 going. Oh, I think we're going to have to feed it some more money. I feel like I'm at the casino. Except I'm in the terminal using Claude Code. Just feel the money draining from my bank account right now. Claude's like, why? What are you doing? All right, I guess I'm going to do some more research. This is a pretty odd request. This Titus guy's he's off his damn rocker. Like, yep, I sure am. All right, now it's reading the whole book. F# database integration, Entity Framework, Dapper SQL. What the hell's Dapper SQL? I don't know what that is. Does Claude have a free mode? Not on their code, they don't. They definitely don't on the Claude code. Oh God, how much money? I think we're going to run out of money before it finishes the request. I probably should have done this on the web for research, because the free mode on the website, I think, is fine. But when you're using Claude Code, it's probably just churning through these tokens. So for probably research, I probably would use the actual website. I think Dapper's a library used to send SQL requests to a database. Used in MVC. Ah, okay. That makes sense. Oh, God, guys. I'm not feeling good about this. But we're here. We're too deep. We're too deep now to turn back. I have to apologize to my daughter. Can't afford college now. It just keeps going. But man, it's going to make for a good stream. Yeah, it's only at 386 tokens. It's going to climb to about 1 million really quick. I think I broke it by asking this question. Azure, AWS, Docker, Kubernetes, container hosting. But why? Yeah, I just spent my 401k on actualizing Am I Cooked? Yep. Yeesh. All right. Oh, God. Okay. Let's see how much money we spent. I don't know if it'll auto cut me off at $5, but we'll see. All right, here we go. Ready? 61 cents for that request. That's not so bad. It was 61 cents, Claude Sonnet, 10,000 token output, 161,000 cache read, 100K cache write, and 6 web searches. That's not awful, but definitely would probably end up using something a little bit different there. So let's see, full stack development. So front end, Fabled, which translates F# to JavaScript with Elmish architecture. Backend's going to be Giraffe or Saturn on ASP.NET. I knew that was going to be there. Database, F# type providers or Dapper.F#, which apparently is some type of library. Common types between client server. Project structure, my app, source, shared types, your back end, your front end, and then you have tests and then the Docker file. It seems like it would not add up properly. I just don't feel like that's a good solution. End-to-end type safety, shared code, functional programming throughout the stack, excellent performance and tooling, ecosystem is mature and production ready, with Docker's Kubernetes deployment being standard practice. Okay. Do you think it could make it through the entire request without... we got about $3 left, I think. Let's see how much money we got left. I think $3. Yeah, so we got about $3.04 left. Let's see if we can make it happen. All right. Make a full stack F# project that will compile in .NET and how are we going to serve it? Probably through Docker. Oh, I got to be more specific. We got to one-shot this bad boy. I don't necessarily like what it told me. I think let's just... I gotta give it more specifics, man. We can't just say make a full stack. It's just not gonna work. Make a full stack in F# that will compile in .NET. This program will have a web front end where users will type... do I even want any interaction from users? Yeah, probably. Or do I just want to display something that's compiled from the program? Probably should think of the project first. Make a website, maybe? Yeah. Definitely, it's gonna be on the. It's definitely gonna be a website. I'm just trying to think of the components that I'm kind of wanting from an end user perspective. Maybe a basic like web front end where it's like a simple game or something, where it might store the scores. Or something like that. I'm trying to think. I don't like that. I don't like any web games. Try thinking here. Gotta think of the project first. What could I actually use? Web front end where users will see a dashboard. The information that is pulled to display on the dashboard will be from various website APIs and will be stored daily in the database to be referenced for historical purposes. Oh God, we're gonna. I'm trying to think of a request that's gonna chew through $3 for us. God, this is gonna be insane. It's gonna be great. I can't wait. All right. On top of that. That's pretty encompassing of most projects, I would imagine. So you have F-Site project compile in .NET. The program will have a front end where users will see a dashboard. The information that is pulled will display on the dashboard through various web APIs and will be stored daily in the database and referenced for historical purposes. Ooh, let's see. Basic functionality past that. Use sample data that will be replaced with API calls, but document them. This should be basic, like scaffolding, but I want to tell it that. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. I'm already back on Hyperland right now. All right, here we go. Let's go. You think that's going to take up the $3.04 we have left in Claude? Goodbye, money. Here we go. I will create a full stack project with a web dashboard that fetches data from APIs and stores it in a database. Let me plan this out first. Look at the tokens go brrr. Yes, let's go. Oh god. This is what dreams are made of. This is what dreams are made of. Yep, let's go. Look at those tokens. We're so running out of money. Oh my god. Yep. Let's go. Oh, had no mistakes in the prompt. Dreams are now made of tokens. Yes, and your wallet. Yep, let's create that. If it continues like this, you might actually go over $3. That's the plan. Oh my, look at that. Whew. Yikes. Alright, it's going. What is the end result of this? There is no way this compiles. College money gone. We're gonna have to stop. Oh my god, look how many tokens this is. Yikes. Cogitating. What the hell's cogitating? Cognate? I don't know. I can't even say it. Cognition? I mean, what is that? Why can't I say that word? I don't know. The forests are gone. We've just burned through all of California's electricity. It's going. Oh, we're gonna run out of money. Dang, how many tokens have we spent now? Jeez. Oh. Do option 2. Then you don't have to keep pressing yes. Oh, good call, yeah. Yes, don't ask again. Here we go. Just go. Just auto accept. Auto accept all. We're just gonna let it roll. Oh, oh God. Yeesh. All right. Here we go. Don't ask again. Error. Hey, there's security vulnerability too. Oh boy. Oh boy. We're just gonna use all the tokens. I wonder, can they bill me after this? I think since I prepaid the tokens, I think I'm fine. Maybe. I mean, maybe. Dude. Is it gonna stop? Oh my God. I don't think so. We're over 10,000 tokens now. Whew. All right. It's excellent and now compiles correctly. Do you want to proceed? Yes. I have noticed Claude 4 loves to use .NET 8, where .NET 9 is the standard now. The versioning's probably wrong. I don't know if it'll compile. We'll see. Usually it does pretty bad job on versioning. You usually have to go back into like the VS Project file and actually fix that. It's kind of cool when you load up the VS Project file in. It's one good method of using Visual Studio Community Edition. Yeah, let's go. Yeah. It always screws up the versioning. I don't know why. Okay, I feel like we'd be out of our $3 now. Dang. So right here, the cool thing here is we can kind of see where it uses all your premium requests. So as I'm doing this, I know some of this is kind of a joke, but there is some practicality to this where, let's see how much we spent. $0.83. So that only cost 83 cents to make. That's not so bad. So it first like bullet pointed historically what happened with the FS project. If we go .NET Run, what do we have? Probably F-stack. Oh, let's cat the README. It might actually. All right, so F-stack application. Here's currently the structure that it made. You got dashboard web GUI, API endpoints, background service, SQLite database. It shows the SQLite. How about that? Sample data. Then we have summary, weather, stocks, metrics. That I don't know why it added stocks, but whatever. It just kind of threw regular endpoints. We can replace all those though. Then the application does simps. So to run, you do run URLs here. So this is the run command, and then we just access it with localhost. So let's just grab that. And then automatically creates a SQLite database in dashboard.db on first run. Customization, update the API service.fs with real API calls, add API keys and configuration to the app settings.json, install HTTP client packages as needed. Okay, cool. All right, let's try -- project fstack dashboard. You need to install .NET. Let's try .NET restore. Okay. And then let's try it again. No frameworks were found. ASP.NET. Okay. Is that a install through here? ASP. ASP.NET. Yeah, let's install that. ASP.NET runtime. And I don't think we need the targeting pack. Let's just grab it too. Screw that. All right, and then see if that does it. All right, looks like it's going. So let's come on over to localhost, see what gorgeous project for 80 cents. Pretty cool. Pretty darn cool. It's kind of funny. I mean, it's impressive. We're full Linux using a full F# stack using SQLite. I kind of dig it. Right? All right, now let's see what we can do with it. I kind of like that. Ooh. So now we got to do API calls. Yeah, not too bad for 80 cents. So that's like some nice scaffolding here. So SQLite is used for historical reference. So as we launch into here, what I want to happen, let's say I wanted to do an API call to like Twitch and pull down all the subs over here, and then also use the API call to YouTube. So you got YouTube, Twitch, and let's say Patreon too. So we're gonna use it in my scenario where I pull down using API calls of all three. Now I do it today, and then I create a dashboard for all those members, and then I go, hey, I want historical reference to what happened yesterday when we did the same call. So then we do the calls, we grab all the members and stuff, and we have all the metrics like MRR and all the business stuff. And then what we do is on the next day, that gets stored in a SQLite database, it gets recalled, and then we can graph it. So we probably would make like a little history tab, and then we have a graph for that as well. It'd be pretty awesome. Hello, wife. Oh, did you bring me a care package? Oh, thank you. Oh no, did you get the paper cut? Oh. All right. Oh my goodness, I got some breakfast. Me love you long time. I don't know if she heard me. So I think that'd be pretty cool. Now let's look at the actual stack itself, because that's kind of what I'm going for. The fact it even compiles is kind of wild. So let's refresh. Actual cost was only 80 cents for that, which is kind of funny because when we were doing the other one, when we were like, hey, what would an F# stack look like? The cost was about 40 or 50 cents. So the reason why I'm looking at like API calls and seeing what like token expenditures and how much this costs and how much energy usage is used per request on these is what's going to end up happening with these companies is they will find a way. I mean, they have to be profitable. And what they're going to do is they want users to do their monthly plan. Now, when it comes to Anthropic and Claude, their monthly plan kind of sucks. Like, they just now restricted it to where you can't do... I imagine at one time, I think it was unlimited requests, which they ended up losing their ass on. Some chat online. I was watching the Theo stream yesterday where he talked about it, where some guy literally did $10,000 worth of requests in like a day, per day, on like the $200 plan from Anthropic. What a Chad. That's awesome. And what I wanted to do here is go, okay, so the monthly costs, they're starting to restrict down. And right now, I think it's like 5-hour windows and they look at how many requests they did. So once you go over, I want to say it was like 40 or 50,000 tokens, they essentially just shut you off and say you have to wait 4 hours or 3 hours until your tokens will reset and then you can go. In that case, you're better off just doing calls. So what I'm thinking is just doing it all through the Claude code from the CLI, but only asking it things that I need to do. And then for the other portion of it, like let's say we need to like research something, probably coming into here and just doing like Claude.ai and then just signing in through here and then asking questions directly on the web GUI for like research purposes. So think of this as like the Google, because this is pretty much free. And then you can use Sonnet for free using the web. Now, don't feed it code or any of that crap from here. That's what you use the API requests for. And I feel like that's the way to go. So anyways, let's pull on the code and see what we got here and see what all it did. So let's cancel. Let's quit out. Well, no. Nope, can't quit. All right. Need to find a better way of running this, huh? All right. Let's go to pkill.net. All right. ZF stack. Now let's pull this in. All right. So how do we want to look at, let's look at the structure first. So controllers, data, models, services, bin, we don't need that. That's not so bad. Okay. Let's pull in the SLN file first. Now, for this, I want to say, and by the way, I'm not great with Neovim, but I really want to try and visualize stuff better in Neovim, especially larger projects where I struggle. So I'm going to look like a toddler trying to walk for the first time. Just be prepared for that. Okay. So this is just the setup for the SLN file, but let's actually look at the program file. This is fine. Let's go program. Let's see, prawning FS autocomplete failed. The language server is not installed or missing. Okay. So let's get that. 1 second. We need, okay, not lazy, but let's go Mason. Okay, FS autocomplete. All right, we got FS autocomplete. We probably should do Phantomus as well. That's the formatting for F# as well. Cool. Gravy. All right, now we're good. So let's look at this. Yeah, Control C didn't work. Alt Q, all of them didn't work. So I was just like, I'll just pkill.net. It's all good. So we're configuring the web application, creating the database. I mean, that's pretty succinct. Not a lot of bloat there. So do an ASP.NET Core. Dependency injection, hosting, and then we have Entity Framework Core. And then we're pulling in data and services. All right, fine. Let's go up to dashboard controller. We'll go directly just top down. So we're going to go controller, context, models, and then into probably where it's really is the services section is where like the meat and potatoes are. But I just want to kind of see the structure. So far, pretty good. All right, so it did set it up for async, it looks like. How about that? So we're doing threading with async, ASP.NET, Entity Core. And make sure you chime into chat too, because some of this will be interesting to see. It's fine. That's pretty cool. There's actually not a lot of code here. I mean, it is just sample stuff right now, but 35 lines for the database context. Here's the models. Or models should be where all the types are defined. Okay. Really basic, only 50 lines here. So service is where everything should be. You know, I'm starting to vibe with Neovim. I feel like it's really coming around. Again, not that many lines. Only 80 lines here. I mean, for scaffolding, this looks really good. I was expecting much more just redundant code and crap, but honestly, this is actually perfect. Now, I'm kind of curious on how it designed the pages. That's where I think it's going to get messy. The actual web page, the front end side of things is where I'm like, yeah, we'll see. Let's first pull in the JavaScript, see what all it did here. Okay. Not bad so far. How far are we in here? About 200 lines of JavaScript. Index, let's see what this looks like. Only 60 lines of HTML. And then CSS, I mean, CSS are usually a little bit longer. But only 200 some odd lines of CSS. This is not using any calls either. So like when we're looking at the HTML, it's not using any like CDN calls or anything. So this is all just localized CSS. I don't see any like Bootstrap. It's not pulling any other libraries in. It's pretty damn clean, actually. And then you have the SQLite database right here under dashboard.db. I'm impressed. I am very, very impressed. What's everybody's thought on that? Because I'm looking at that full stack and I'm like, hey, that's pretty damn good. Snacks also has a terminal toggle with built-in term. You know, I was looking at that as well. Let's see. When we're doing a terminal. Oh, shoot. Let's go. I think you have to do terminal. No? Huh. Anyways. Let's drop that. Let's quit that out. I really like this. I think I'm actually going to upload this to my GitHub because I really do like the scaffolding for this. And I want to use it later. I kind of want to tinker with that offline, though. Because I actually want to pull in real data, but some of that might be sensitive. And I'm like, if I could think of something I could use for public side of things, it would be better. Okay, Phoenix. I want to initialize this branch right here. Let's see, using master as the name for the initial branch. The default branch name is subject to change. Configure that. You can use that. I thought it's like main and secondary now is the default terminology. For some odd reason, did it default back to master and slave? I don't know. All right. So with that, get status. I think we can just do like a git add and then just add all of this. So lazy G and gh repo. Ooh, how do I add that? How to publish this git branch? Let's Google it. After using git init, how do I publish the git repo on GitHub using the ghcli command? Okay, yeah, do that. Okay. So we're gonna do an add with a comment. So that's pretty easy. So we'll do gcom initialize, which is adding and then also doing the comment. So we have our initial commit, and then we just initialize the repo with gh repo complete, repo name, public -- push -- source dot. So that should be good. So gpo repro create. Sorry, that was in English. fstack public -- was it source? So you do the public and then I think it was source equal dot for the current directory. There was one more option there, wasn't there? Push. Wait, what happened? No. All right. GH repo create fstack public source equal dot dash dash push. There we go. And we are golden. So now you can actually look at this full scaffolding we just created. So you don't have to spend the 80 cents on Anthropic's code. And it should just be right here. Man, I'm digging this. It's so cool. So we have it all right here. So we're using .NET 9 with ASP.NET and SQLite right there. Backend is just F# with ASP.NET. Database, SQLite. Front end, just vanilla HTML, CS, and JavaScript. Backend services, hosted services for data collection. Now, the question is, let's say you're going to distribute this and have thousands of users. What would this look like from a server perspective? Now, let's say I want to host this through Linux. What would that look like? Right now, it's great for local development. We could build that out and pull in different APIs. What does the in-game look here for like actually deploying? So we have like a prompt. That should be neat. Thousands of simultaneous users or thousands of users. Huge difference. Yeah. It's so true, Dojo. Obviously, I don't know how you distribute this. That'd be interesting. So let's, I don't want to use up my rest of my credits. I want to save those. Let's just ask. So here is my current stack. Where's that at? Architecture back in. Cool. So here's my current stack, right? And no. Okay. Oh no. All right. If your front end grows complex, you might eventually want a lighter weight framework, blah, 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 blah. So how do I host this on a VPS? Let's just put it on a Linux server using Debian. Let's not do that. Let's just say host this on a Linux server for thousands of simultaneous users. Oh God, I butchered that, didn't I? Thank God for correction. Why are you using Claude AI? Because it's the best. Durr. For thousands of simultaneous users, you might need to address a few areas. Deploy your F# app as a self-contained binary or use the .NET runtime. Put Nginx or Caddy, I've never used Caddy, in front of a reverse proxy for SSL termination, compression, and static file serving. Use systemd to manage your application with autostart. Database scaling. SQLite becomes a bottleneck with high concurrency. Consider migrating to Postgres or SQL Server. Postgres is what I'd use there. SQLite would be fine, honestly. I just kind of wanted to see what it would say on this. But good to note. Implement read replicas if you want to have read heavy workloads, application scaling, running multiple instances behind a load balancer, Nginx upstream, using Docker containers for easy deployment and scaling, consider using Kestrel's threading optimizations and connection limits. What is Kestrel? Kestrel's threading optimization. What the heck is that? Kestrel web server and ASP.NET. Anybody ever use that? Is a cross-platform web server for apps.NET Core. Kestrel is recommended server for apps.NET Core. It's configured by default in Core project templates. Okay. High performance. Kestrel is optimized to handle a large number of concurrent connections efficiently. Optimized for running that. Getting started, blah, blah, blah. Oh, that's kind of cool. Looking to Aspire for deployment. Okay. What about Aspire for deployment? Google's dead. You just use LLMs. And then you look at the reference from the LLMs. So like you can go, okay. So why I like this instead of Google is I can be like, hey, give me this. Now sometimes the output's just complete hallucinations and bullshit, right? But it now actually documents and gives you sample projects that you can now reference. You also have the actual knowledge base from Microsoft for this specific deployment. And then you can kind of go through each one of these that it's doing and summarizing here and get the information quicker. So why would you ever use Google anymore? So I've just been using Claude as my Google replacement. But I don't see a problem with it. Now, obviously, don't take this as gospel, but you shouldn't take Google as gospel because Google is just absolute trash now. It's just ads everywhere. You can't get any good information. You're scrolling halfway through the page before you get any relevant. Like even one of these links would probably be on page 2 of Google. Like Google's absolutely pointless now. Stop using Google. You should never use Google. It's a waste of your time. I think at this point in time, you should either pick anything but that. Just use an LLM. But the LLM needs to have references to the sources you're Googling. So even though it's still Googling, you still can click this and go, hey, tell me about this. Okay, great. Deploy to Azure. And then you can see it directly from the horse's mouth. And it's just better. Yeah, search engines just don't work anymore. It doesn't matter which one you use. Like some people are like, I use DuckDuckGo. I'm like, cool, you use Microsoft. Like I remember seeing the PewDiePie video and he was like, I use DuckDuckGo for privacy. And I'm like, bro, you're just handing your information. It's kind of funny. You're handing it over to Microsoft because DuckDuckGo is powered by Bing, which is owned by Microsoft. So you're not getting away from big tech, no matter what you're using for your search engine. And somebody's going to style me, I use StartPage. I'm like, okay, great. But that I got hacked. I think there was actually a really bad privacy issue with StartPage. I'm not going to go into it, though. That was a while back. Anyhow, I'm just saying. All right, so sorry. I got completely derailed there. I blame you guys. No sound in Final Fantasy 11. So what I use, Casey, if you do have sound issues in Linux, which most people do, use Pavu Control. Pull up Pavu Control. First off, go to your configuration in Pavu Control. Figure out what you're actually using for an output or an input. So let's say I'm not going to be using my Sound Blaster. Actually, I do use it for input, but I let's say it had a whole bunch of like HDMI crap in here, and I'm not doing sound through my HDMI. Just go in, scroll all the way down, and then click off. So then it would turn that off. Now, that's a bad example because most of them look like this. It's usually only a couple options. Just turn it off, and then it takes it out of the recycle. Then you go to output devices with Final Fantasy 9 playing in the background. You would have this going, and then you adjust it, and you're like, okay, cool, it's to the volume that I like, and I hear it, everything's gravy. But also in this box right here, you see this set as default? Tick that. This is the output you're using, it's the default. But honestly, if you do this configuration properly and you turn off all that other BS, the default will just, you'll only have like one device in here and it'll just always default to that, which makes it a little bit easier. So I love Pavu Control. It's fantastic. Highly, highly recommend using that if you're managing audio on Linux. Yeah, pretty much all search engines are all worthless now because of the slop generated by AI bots. Agreed, it is. It's really, really bad right now. It's kind of funny because Google got its start because of all the crap that search engines put, and now Google is just straight up crap. It's wild how bad they've gotten. And they don't even see a problem with it. That's the funny part. It's like, really? Really, Google? You guys are crazy. Just wild, man. I'm gonna eat real fast. I'm sorry. Oh, no. What's this UDMI 14? To an AI overview free Google search. By Tedium. Who's Tedium? Huh. Okay, let's see. Let's go. Let's go ASP.NET website. What? How did it do this? It's like old Google. What? What? It actually makes Google worth using again. Okay, somebody in chat, tell me what the hell's going on? So, a Wergen linked udm14.org, and it uses Google, but it strips out all the AdWords and AdSense. I guess I'm struggling to figure out how the hell that works. It's just a redirection to the web search. If you see the top bar below the search bar, there's a new tab, Web. The UDM14 tag at the end of the Google search. I did not know about UDM14. It just strips out all the AI stuff, so you don't get a stupid AI overview, you just get results. There's a tab Web, the sixth one, that's regular Google as well. What? So the Google page itself has that. All right, let's try regular Google. ASP.NET deployment on Linux. So this is the normal crap, right? You have to go web. Oh. So the old Google still exists in the background if you just go to web instead of the AI mode by default. So essentially that's all it's doing, is just switching it over to web. Yeah, it's just a fancy wrapper for web. So when you're using Google, now there's gotta be let's just say ASP.NET. Yeah, so I think you just do, I don't think you need to do UDM 14. Probably going through a third-party website's probably not the way to go, but just doing other than web and then just doing the search there. I honestly did not know about that. That's pretty hilarious. But yeah, just web search makes web search good again. Yeah, short videos pad out a bunch of that as well. Yeah, I agreed, Phoenix. I still say Anthropic's probably the way to go. When we do this type of result, getting this kind of overview is actually nice. But if I need to dive deeper into this deployment for using Aspire for, you know, ASP.NET deployment, I can go, how do I deploy? And I can go directly to here and get some of the information directly from either a video and see the video itself.
Aspirate is that I can actually type aspirate
and then get the deployment there. That's pretty cool. So that's why I still like this way better, but it's good to see old Google still there somewhere in the background. Yes, 1000%. That's totally how that works. Kaseya bought Datto. Kaseya, are they still doing sysadmin work? I remember installing Kaseya like, God, 20 years ago almost. Kaseya was amazing for a lot of sysadmin administration of like remote systems. But then they got hacked and then apparently got completely taken advantage of. So I think their security was just absolute garbage at the time. But correct me if I'm wrong there. I just don't remember. Old Kaseya. I don't know what they're up to these days. They've been around a minute though. I'll say that much. Oh, and set that as your default. Okay. So let's go copy. Link. Let's go settings. Let's go home. Set home page. Or actually, probably default search. Search. Search engine. If we go change, nope. Manage search. If we go here, so Google.url with place of query. All right. So then if we go here, paste. Where's my paste? Yeah, I think we can just modify the Google one, right? Or do we have to? Oh, yeah, so you have to actually add the extra. See, let's go add. And then we go old Google. Google.com. Old Google. Google.com. Not valid. Okay, so maybe we have to delete Google. Let's just set this to like that one and then delete. And God bless, I had like some old. How long has this been in here? Forever ago. All right. Huh. All right. So let's add. We'll call it old Google. Google.com. Then paste it in. Click add. Then make this default. Now when I search Chef's Kiss fixes it. All right, cool. Fix Google. Damn, I need to make a video on that. Thank you, chat. That's amazing. Big shout out to Bill and Coding Wonders. That's awesome. Yeah. That's awesome. When opening a new window, Reddit hates Kaseya for some reason. So they don't have a present there for tech support. I wouldn't say that. If you probably go to sysadmin subreddit in Reddit, I bet it would be not too bad. Can confirm Kaseya is still around. They have an arena sponsorship in Miami. It's where the Heat play. Yeah. I think I will say I don't know how much credibility that gives them. I mean, after all, I think the Miami arena, if I remember correctly, it was sponsored by FTX. Old Sam Bankman-Fried, if you ever heard that story. That was doesn't really lean too much on the credibility side. It just means they got a lot of money. Oh, man. All right, so created F-sharp scaffolding, which worked pretty well. I'm kind of shocked that it has worked so well. We ditched Kaseya right before they got hacked. Product went downhill. They were buying solutions and jamming them in the main product, making the main product worse, in my opinion. Word Life, I think that was a pretty good decision. That person probably deserves a raise. That's typically every tech product, though. After a tech product's been on the scene for 10 plus years, it almost always gets worse. However, there are some exceptions. The exceptions are the community run that is not sponsored or has corporate backing. Almost all projects that don't have corporate backing and aren't 100% owned by a corporation and are community driven typically get better over time. Well, security suites just all around are a terrible idea. Just, I've never seen a security suite that is worth anything. Like, all of them are almost malware themselves. I'm trying to think of a security product that offered multiple product lines that are actually good. And I'm struggling to come up with one. Almost all of them do one thing well, and then they try to expand, and then just like the full-on enshittification happens after that. Yeah, so single points of failure. And one thing I would say about security suites, like one thing I always caution people against is, like, compartmentalization is a thing, especially like you look at like Edward Snowden, how he does everything. It's all about compartmentalization, because it's not, hey, I have one product and it protects me, which sounds good in theory, but it just is terrible in practice. It's, hey, everything gets compromised, and it's about compartmentalizing it out, so it doesn't sink the whole ship when just a section fills up with water. So it's about really that. And it's like, a good example of this would be stupid things I see users do every day. Storing passwords in your browser. Doesn't matter what your browser is. I don't care if you're using Brave, Google, Firefox. When I see people store passwords in their browser and have it synced to the browser thing, I just am like, oh God, I just can't. You're gonna get compromised, and everything that you feed that browser will get compromised. It's just a matter of time, not a matter of if that's gonna happen. So if you're out there watching this and you're going, oh crap, that's me, don't worry, that's a pretty normal thing, but just know that's gonna happen to you. And you might be thinking, well, how do I stop that? Well, you don't store passwords in your browser. You would use something like Bitwarden or any password manager. That would be good, but don't rely 100% on that password manager. And if you do use a password manager, and let's say you have sensitive data, like let's say you can't remember your banking password, and you need to store that in your password manager. One, I don't recommend sensitive things be stored in one spot. So if you do have to store it in there, what I would recommend is hardware two-factor. Wherever possible, I always add hardware two-factor. I think anybody can get hacked. Even me, I could probably get hacked. But I've been online for 7+ years now in the public eye, and I haven't. And I would say the biggest thing that I've had happen is almost everything's a hardware two-factor wherever I can. It's not to say I can't get hacked. There's session hijacking and other ways of getting to me, but I minimize those by using hardware two-factor wherever possible. And that's so super, super, super important. And when I say hardware two-factor, it's not, hey, I get a two-factor code on my phone, because that can also be compromised, where people, I've actually had this happen to me. Someone hacked in and tried to steal my number. It happens. Especially when you're publicly available and there's a lot of information about me on the internet. It's relatively easy to social engineer that and try and steal my phone number. So I've had that happen, and that person wasn't able to get into anything because I don't have my phone numbers associated with my most secure stuff, such as my Google account. My Google account is just good effing luck, man. Closest thing you could do is kidnap me, and depending on where you kidnap me, you might not even get it then, because I might not have all the things to log in to a remote system in Google account on me, even though I know how to get into it. But it's really just, makes it somewhat less convenient, but it makes it much more secure. So just compartmentalize wherever possible and make it a step process, a two-factor step process. Don't 100% rely on SMS two-factor either. It's better than nothing. It's better than just having a password, but know that that's not foolproof either. So don't put something like super duper important on your SMS two-factor. And use a password manager. Preferably a password manager with hardware two-factor to authenticate. Those are the biggest things I can say to someone. And for the love of God, do not use a security suite or multiple antiviruses. I will slap you. Stupid things I see. Ugh. Yeah, I was like, Nav, I know you don't have 10 AVs. You've watched me way too long to have 10 antiviruses. I have a password manager that requires YubiKey. You, sir, are doing it correctly, Razzle. This is the solution. This is the correct way of going about it. That is the bare minimum. Call yourself somewhat secure. If you aren't using some kind of hardware key, you aren't secure. Full stop. Period. End of story. And you might be like, well, I store it in a thumb drive, blah. No, you're not secure. And I already know somebody's gonna be like, I have write it all in a book and then I store it in a safe. You're not secure. Hardware key. No ifs, ands, or buts. There is no other solution. You go buy a hardware key, you sync it up to your password manager, you use it. You are not secure unless you have a hardware key. I don't care if you're using YubiKey, Titan key, whatever key, but it has to be a physical thing. You plug in your computer, you press it, and then you log in. That's the only true way to have some level of security. I'm not going to call you secure with that. I'm just going to say it's the first step. And without that first step, you're not secure. Yeah, so let's say someone steals your hardware key. A great point, Ahmed. They still have to log in. So they have to steal your password and your hardware key. And then they have a shot at logging in. But they have to know all the information as well. Username, password, two-factor key. The more stuff you add on to this, the better. My wife. Oh, pen and paper. Oh no. Oh, let's see, Caleb. WPD BDT exclusion. I don't know. I'd have to look into this a little more, Caleb. It's interesting. All right. 1 second, guys. I'm going to take a quick 5-minute break. Did I ever make something? I think I made like a timer, right? Did I ever do a timer? Ah, man, I thought I made a timer for... Oh, I think I did it on the other one. Dang it. I can't remember. Display team diet of unpaused. Well, yeah. Alright, let's try term down dash E dash T BRB dash T. Who is it? Dash T. Oh, okay. TBRB, and then I think we do like 5 minutes. All right, be right back, guys. Whew. Oop, sorry. There we go. Sweet. Yeah, I gotta get some more coffee. need to figure out how to do a countdown after I'm late. Let's engineer that real fast, because term down's pretty cool. All right. I really like this command, but let's AI it. Let's use some more money from our Claude. We haven't used our full $5 yet. Oh, more AI. Yes. Create a timer.sh with this with on term, but after the timer expires, add another timer below. Absolutely worthless. That was stupid. How much did that cost? 5 cents. It 5 cents to do that. This is the way to do AI, guys. It punishes you for doing stupid things. That's why I use per use, because at the end I exit and then I like immediately go, I'm an idiot. I just spent 5 cents on that. Full nickel. A nickel wasted for something I could have just gone. All right. Timer.sh. That's why you shouldn't pay the monthly fees. Teaches you to only use AI when you absolutely have to. Anyways, that's my new method. You know what? Let's do sh. How do I want to add that? Let's look at the term down documentation. Plus and minus timer. You can do a plus and minus timer? Yeah, Claude is not good at making scripts. I've noticed that too. I mean, I'm still shocked that Claude jammed out the scaffolding for that F# stack. I can't wait to play with that later. It's gonna be so much fun. Has anybody ever tried to use like .NET? Is there a .NET game? That's kind of an interesting thing. Yeah, but I really think I'm onto something. I know I sound crazy. I know I sound crazy saying I would like paying per request. But I really think that's the way you should use it. The paying for requests, I think, is amazing. C# games, yes. What is the C# games used? Term down documentation. All right, what do we got? All right, final. Oh, we can add a voice. Draw final end seconds in red and announce them in individual voice. I can do voice commands as I'm about to end. That's cool. Display time date of an unpaused countdown. Okay. Quit after. I don't want to quit. Spoken countdown. Really? eSpeak. Has anybody ever used eSpeak? I've never used eSpeak. Ooh, do we have anything else? Don't want to use the AUR. No. Can I not cancel? What's going on? Whatever. E-speak. What do we have? E-speak in G, multilingual speech synthesizer. There we go. E-speak in G looks like the way to go. Yes. E-speak in G. Help. What do we have? Man, I just tell you, I absolutely feel like I was living in a cloud before I started really messing around with all this stuff. It's just so much darn fun. If you can think up anything, you can kind of do it. What about just regular text? Instead of using like F, I think we just do E-speak in G.
Hello.
Man, sounds like Stephen Hawking. All right.
Hello.
All right, just e-speak. All right. Double check the pass you would install your scripts. What, is there something else happening? Oh, Unity uses C#. .NET Phoenix. Well, I mean, they've kind of gone completely agnostic, and I don't know why. I just enjoy coding in it. Like when I used Rust, I freaking just hated life. I think Rust is an awful language. Just completely unreadable. I hate it. That was like the least amount of fun I've had programming. And maybe I'm just a Neanderthal, just a smooth brain, but I did not enjoy Rust. Just being real. All right, so did I? Oh, that's right, I did. Thanks, Rux. It was here. Yeah. So, yeah. So this is what I was using. So I think it was like timer.sh. Let's just do 10 seconds. Oh, actually, I think let's just go 1. Let's see what this does. I want to say this was all set. It's pretty good. Yeah, I always... Anytime I do something where I like create a script, I try to upload it to GitHub. Not so you guys could see it, but more just so I don't forget about it and have to recreate the wheel. Sorry, I said that out loud, but it's true. Half of my YouTube videos is exactly the same thing. It's like, ah, crap, I'm gonna forget about this. I better make a YouTube video about it. At least when I first started, that's a lot of my inspiration was just like, I don't want to have to remember how to do this again, so I'm just gonna do a video so then I can reference it later. It's like where most of my ideas came from. Ah, perfect. Let's put that in. Perfect. The broken wheel cost you 5 cents. Yeah. It didn't even do it right either, though, LoJack. Like, when we did Cloud Code for the script, it was just, like, completely, like, all it did was just copy the same line twice. That would not have worked. It would have just started the whole countdown over again. Where if you look at our timer script now, like, this is what it should have been. But some variant of this. Where it's like, come on. So, like, because then after it goes there, it terminates, then it goes in, and then it makes the actual term down F at the end is late. So what I was trying to do is like a lowercase t, but then it just gives you a blank with no timer. So I don't know how late I am when I come in late. I want the timer to count up after it's down. So that works great. Oh, I think I did that on my Mac. I think that was when we were on the Mac. So I try to make everything agnostic, so I can just jump back and forth to all the different all the different repos and everything. Speaking of, what do we have here? So current projects are Hyperland Titus. This one, just trying to think if there's, oh, yes, we need to go over to Neovim. Let's go to init. We have a problem. I forgot what we need to fix. Was it image? No. Okay. I wanted to fix image clip. Okay, so this image clip I don't think has been updated, and I don't think this was going to work with Wayland, which is what we're on right now. So I need to add image clip. Now, is this still up to date? I don't think it is. Oh, no, it is. Okay. Embed images into any markup language like LaTeX, Markdown, Type T. Great. Paste images directly from your system clipboard. XClip or WL clipboard. Perfect. So this is fine. But I don't think this quite works. Why is that? So, content images, year, path, extension. Oh, I think I had a typo. Let's check to see if this works. So I want to say this wasn't working for me. So directory path, extension, file name, all that looks fine. Just to make sure. Was it magic image? Huh. Or maybe it was Magic K. I think it was Magic K. Yeah, image Magic K. I think graphics Magic K. Do we have WebP? That's the thing I think I had a problem with, was the actual grabbing there. And let's go to Grim. So right now, if I want to send to clipboard, what do I do? Grim G. Still just saving it into that PNG. We need a clipboard. Let's look up Grimshot or Grim and see what we're doing. I think we need to slurp it into a clipboard. Let's go Grim help. Man Grim. Man Grim. Alright, grab images from Wayland Compositor. Help. Let's look here. I think -G. Slurp. So we'll do a -G slurp. And then we need to send this thing to the clipboard and make a hotkey for it. Which would be, instead of doing output, would it automatically just do clipboard without an out? Maybe. I don't know. No, it automatically saves to here. So we need to save this to clipboard so then we can utilize that in there. Let's close. Tap to the right. Let's come back into here. And we're gonna go use Grim on Linux to save area screenshot to clipboard. What is command? WL copy with a pipe. Okay. So, since we got that, right now we have mod key, print, mod key, P. Let's go bind equals main mod shift plus P. Is that how you do multiple? No. Main mod shift. And then you add P. Okay. Main mod shift, comma, space, P. And then, comma. Then we do execute. UWSM app -- Grim. Slurp it to WLP. Copy. So that should work. Let's test. So we're just gonna go main mod shift P. Slurp it. Boom. It should be in the clipboard now. To test this, let's test it with GIMP. GIMP 2.1 for life. And then we're just gonna paste that. Perfect. Okay, great. So this works. Discard. Now I want to work on. So this is that one. We can say Hyperland is now fixed. Lazy G. Add screenshot to clip. Oh, what happened here? Oh, that's right. I was doing some more modifications. One cool thing I really like about Wayland. I like to talk a bunch of shit about Wayland, but I will say with Wayland with Hyperland, this is specifically more Hyperland based. What's really cool about it, they have this something called description for your monitor. So what you can do is set up specific configurations for different locations. So right here inside PC, when I hook up my Hyperland and configure it on my inside PC, I have 3 different screens. I have an Elgato prompter, I have a Samsung 1080p monitor above, and then I have an HP Omen 27-inch as my main 1440p monitor inside. And this automatically sets it all when I load this configuration. Now, when it's on my laptop and I go to work, there's just 2 identical Acer monitors there, both 1440p, and then the e-display from that monitor. So it reads that, and then I can put it right here. Now, if I had it on multiple laptops, then I probably would go description instead of specifying e-display port. And then for this PC, this is HDMI A-1. So technically what I should do here, I'm sorry, I'm getting sidetracked again. Hopefully I don't lose my train of thought. But for this one, I want to go Hyper CTL monitors. And then what I want to do is grab this and go description : and then grab this crappy monitor I have out here, the AOP Fire Legend, and we're just going to set it like that. So then what this does is it specifies on each location I'm at, it says, hey, this is it. This is Studio PC config. So then I have my inside PC config where I load this up. I have my K-Focus laptop config where I load this up. And then I have my studio config. And it knows which configuration to use based on the description of the monitor, because each location has different monitor. Now, if you buy the same monitor for a whole bunch of locations, this wouldn't work. Or actually, no, it would work because the description includes the serial number. So never mind. Like, even where I have identical monitors like this Acer, look, the description includes the serial number. So yeah, even with having identical monitors everywhere, this works. It's one of the coolest features of Hyperland that no one ever talks about. I absolutely just adore this method of configuring monitors, and then you can just load my configuration at all my locations, and instantly all my monitors are set exactly how it should be every time without any configuration changes. So cool. So cool. Now, what was I doing? Oh, I was checking to make sure that Grimshot didn't get erased. Yeah, no, we're good. We're good. Anywho, so cool. Rux is trolling me now. I see you there. I use a prompter, but I never actually read from it. That's the problem. That's my main problem, is I don't ever read from my monitor. Oh, jeez. Update. Okay, so let's go to website. Let's make an article about this, what I just explained, just so we have something. So Hugo, new post 2025, Hyperland, monitor, config, markdown. We're going to start from scratch and try and configure this, and then I'm going to see how this works. So then we're going to go in Vim, and we're going to go Hyperland, monitor, config. Pull this in. So let's try and screenshot that monitor config we just talked about. So hyper CTL monitors, and then go P. All right, and then we come back here, and then we go leader P, not in editor, command paste image. So what am I doing here for image clip? Not in editor, paste image. File name should be Hyper CTL monitors. Okay. And this should be called, okay. Okay. Now, it did not make that. And it is a blank PNG. So that didn't work. Why? That's what I thought. So where did it put this thing? That's the next question. That was the problem I had. I need to fix this for Wayland. So let's go to images 2025. There's nothing here. Hyper CTL. Did it even do that? I think it probably didn't even name it properly. Let's go up. Up. Nothing. Dot, 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 assets. So let's go 1, 2, 3, and then it would be assets. Why is it going back 3 directories? What the hell? You consider implying T2 SDE Linux? Yeah, I don't really do Linux distros these days. It's just straight up Arch Linux. Right now, Evil Panda, we did an F# stack, full stack for F#, which I thought was kind of interesting. And we vibed that using Claude Code and paying per request. I want to see how many tokens we'd use. Roughly 80 cents worth of tokens. Actually, not that bad. And then, God, we messed around, talked about security and some other stuff, and now we're trying to fix this stupid thing. So, image clip is not working. So what I want this to do is from the main directory, which should be website, it should go content, images, year, and then the name of that. Directory path is just wrong. Let's look at the documentation. Let's go for the documentation. Oh, we also set a custom Google search, which was actually kind of nice. What was our final cost? Was this it? $278? Yeah. Cool. Still got a couple bucks left. Write everything on Hyperland config to just add a keyboard layout. Made it a no-no for me. Yeah, the keyboard layout can be troublesome for some. I didn't have any issues with it though. But I don't use any special keyboards either, so mine's just a standard, like, what, 101 key QWERTY. I don't use any special keyboards. I got no special split keyboard here. I used to, but got rid of it. It ended up bugging me, and then all the thumbs keys broke off. And then I was like, God bless, I'd be super pissed if I spent hundreds of dollars and then had all my keys break. So I stopped that. And some people have, like, I think the glove, and then Prime swears by the Kinesis. And I'm just like, I switch. My problem is I could get used to that. And I do see the benefit of ortholinear, especially from a day-to-day. But the problem I have is I have so many different configurations and so many different computers I'm on, depending on the day, that I never will ever have a consistent keyboard. So I just use standard 101. I understand that's probably bad for my wrists, and I'm probably going to pay for it later in life, but I just, yeah, I have a hard time using the special $400 keyboards out there. Yeah, long live the old Dell keyboard. I mean, they're not bad. People always shit on membrane keyboards, but they're not bad. They feel all right. They're somewhat quiet, so I don't have to worry about clickety-clacking everywhere, and they get the job done. I think people obsess over keyboards too much. And spending $300, $400 on a keyboard's just, I don't know, just doesn't seem right to me. It seems a bit like highway robbery. I can't get behind that. I just have a hard time spending that much on a keyboard. Damn, that's like a full computer to me. And yeah, anywho. Let's see, what was I looking at? 1 and 2. Image paste is what I needed. Or image clip. There it is. So you paste it. Options, keys, paste image. That's fine. Extension. I'm not sure it can use the WebP extension. That's the main problem. Let's just try PNG for now. Let's see. Has anybody used WebP with Image K? Image Magic K? Alright, let's see. Return. File name. File path. Templates in the plugin use holders that are dynamically replaced with the correct values at runtime. For available placeholders. Okay, let's look at the demonstration. Alright, let's look at that. Oh. Wow, it's really powerful. Okay. Well, that was just drag and drop. But where does it drop it at? I don't think that would work for one of my use case. So file name, file path, path to image. Okay, so you got Kitty, Alacrity, file or URL does not work. Oh. Okay. All right. For drag and drop insert mode, we might have to switch to Kitty. Okay. That's something. I don't see Ghosty on here either. I bet Ghosty would work as well. Snacks. Plugin can be integrated with Snacks Picker, which includes built-in support for previewing. Okay, so oh, so Snacks Picker files. Let's copy that. The above function can be bound to a key map through LazyVim. Yeah, I imagine Ghosty would support it. And oil. We also use oil. I left all those configurations in Phoenix, by the way. So we have oil, we have Explorer. I just did it all, and I'm gonna just try and go between them all and figure out which one I like the most. I might just end up keeping them all. I kind of like the current configuration. I haven't gone to VS Code at all today, and that is saying something. So we got that going for us. The one thing I see myself doing is I want to hand Claude Code specific lines to examine for certain things, but you know. So let's see, example. Overriding options for specific files, directories, or custom triggers. Options can be overridden. So directory specific options. So I would probably go user, GitHub, website, file type, markdown, template. I probably would switch this out. Having a hard time with this specific template. Yeah, so I think what we're gonna do here for the options, I don't think any of this is working. I think this is all wrong. Let's look at the commands. So directory underscore path, directory underscore path. So that is technically correct, but it says assets here. This should be something completely different. And what I think this is for the options, damn it. Add options here. I think we have to encapsulate what I'm trying to do in defaults, but it doesn't really show. Yeah, so you got the drag and drop in, sure. Yeah, it doesn't actually show the config though in any of these processes. It's no good. It's no good. Damn. Just wish the documentation was a little bit better. A lot of open source projects have great utility, but terrible documentation. So I think what we do here is put default under options and then try and encapsulate the rest of this into here. So let's go options, default. Was there an equals command? Yep. So default equals that. File name equals function input. So don't think we need any of that. Okay. Yeah, okay. File name. I don't think we do that. Let's get rid of this. Dude, that is not fixing that indent, is it? Oh well. Let's just indent this further, I suppose. God bless. Whatever. Okay. Oh, actually. So I'll put that and... let's go int. Let's go comma. There we go. Perfect. Idea here is maybe that'll work. I don't know. I don't know. Let's try and do an edit now. Let's push that to 2, 5. Let's close that. All right. So we just got this one and this one. We're going to pull up Neovim again. I'm gonna go back into Hyperland config. But before we do that, let's go to website. I want to make sure the root that Neovim is seeing should be there. So let's delete this one. Let's try and save. I'm gonna go control. Actually, let's just go paste image and see. I don't think we've... Okay, we don't have the image anymore. Whatever, we're just gonna do basic paste image. Test. Close. That's better. So where's this going? Where's this saving it at? It's weird. So it's going back 2 directories, I think to the root of the home folder, and then trying to drop it in images. That's so strange. And then it's not pulling in the year. You got to go full path, huh? I don't want to do that, but such is life. Let's go full path. So let's pull up image clip. Let's go home, Titus, GitHub, website. Then you do content. Images. 2025. Let's just try that, I guess. But if we look at that image directory, oh, that's not where I wanted to go. Oh no. Did that erase everything? Like, content images should have more in it. But there's nothing in images here. Let me just see where it's at in the directory structure. So website static images. Oh, okay. This should be website static images. That's what's happening. It helps when you put it in the right. Yeah, there's nothing here. Okay. That makes more sense. So the actual address would be static images. Then it'd be 2025. Images, Titus, GitHub. Instead of content, this would be static. Images 2025. So now that we have that, let's push this to workspace 4. One, two. Okay. Man. It's annoying, but you know. All right. So now we have that. I don't think we need to reload this. I think we can just go over to here. Let's just delete. And then I think we can just copy that. Paste image. Test. Yeah, we got to reload. My bad. All right, let's reload it. All right, one more time with feeling. Let's go. Oh, so close. Wait, did it do it? That's where it should be. Yeah, it did it. Yay. But the problem is the code is wrong here. Why is it dots? It put it in the right spot, but now the file name path is incorrect. So we need to rewrite that now. Okay. In progress. For file name, let's look at the others. Neovim is better. Do we have image? So it should just be / images year and ooh, can we add or pass the URL? I would like that. Relative to current file. Relative template path, relative file names. Template. Relative template path. Relative to current file. True. What when we use the relative to current file, will that be the file path that we're doing? Right now it's saving in the right spot with if we go into, actually I think we go over here. Let's look at init again. Where's that at? Actually, let's go 11. Okay. So if we look at image clip, right now we say directory path is this, static, right? When we do relative to directory path, I think that will override that function, will it not? So this is file and directory path options. But for file name, that gets specified in, we type that out. That's fine. But when it actually puts the name in, path and prompt false. Use absolute path false for sure. We'd want relative. No, we wouldn't want relative. Because this needs to be images. So, template file path. So it'd have to be template file path. Let's look at the... No, I see you guys. I see you. You're just wrong. Yeah, no, you're just wrong, Phoenix. There's okay. I'm not ignoring you. I just didn't want to call you out and say you're wrong. You know, I don't want to explain it. Let me show you. Let me just show you what we're doing here. So here's what we need. So we need to specify a file path. Path to image. So we have the file name. But we need to make the file path images. Template. So we're going to do template, and then we have file path. Yeah. Insert mode after paste. So we have prompt for file name, show directory path, and prompt note. Process command. Perfect. Okay. So for the template, instead of it just being file path, it should be images. And we pull up Neovim is better. It should be images year / and then the WebP file. Right? So let's configure that. So looking back, images year / do we need to specify the name in the template? I don't think we do. Right? Use %y for the year. Okay. I was using lowercase y. I think that's why it showed that. So let's replace y. And then for the year, agreed. Let's come back here. %y. So that should reload. That's what I'm thinking. Should fix it. What do we think? Am I wrong? It seems like a pretty basic config. Let's oh god. All right, let's go new. We're gonna go Hyperland. Delete that. Let's make a new right. We've got this. Then we go paste image. Then we're gonna go test hyper. Okay. Close. But it's not pulling in this template command. But it might be... See, I don't think... Like, I think you have to relaunch NVim to reload that. Let's just double check that. So we're going to come down here, right? We're grabbing that, pulling it in, paste image, test. I didn't grab the year again, and it still ignored our template syntax. You sad face. So coming back, just Neovim thanks. But man, once this works, it's pretty epic. I love it. So what is wrong? Read the manual on how to use templates. Phoenix, you're such a Linux user. I love you, man, but you're such a Linux user. I'm reading the damn manual, okay? I'm not illiterate. It's just the manual sucks. This is not exactly the most descriptive frickin' manual ever. As with most Linux shit, it's like obfuscated to here and back. Here's the setup. It's highly configurable. Got that. Well, how the fuck do you configure it? How about some examples? There's a novel idea for a Linux user that when they're making a manual. Let's say you're some public maintainer out there. How about you do this for me before you tell me to read the manual? How about you make a manual that actually shows examples? A novel idea. However, most Linux content, it's not documented. All right, let's expand the examples. Did I miss it? That'd be hilarious. All right. Option values to configure static things such as assets and generating them through functions. Okay. Processing images, we're not going to mess with. File types, we're not going to mess with. It actually does that right. So really, the thing we need is directory path. It saves it in the right spot, though. Except it doesn't use variables. So we might have to make a function for that, but I'll just hard code it for now. So we know that works. So let's just get rid of this. It's not pulling this variable in, so whatever. We can change it every year. I don't care. We're going to save a ton of time. Templates, though. Templates examples. Okay. Template in the plugin uses placeholders that are dynamically replaced with the correct values at runtime. For available placeholders, see the following table and the demonstration. So, file name including the extension, and then file name excluding file path would be file path. Okay. Label. Figure label, generate the file name converted to lowercase with spaces, replaced it with dashes. Fine. Indicates the cursor will be placed insertion, whatever. So example, template function context, return context.cursor, context.file path for this. So let's just take the example and then let's modify it. So we're going to just take the example, right? Paste it in. So this is our current one. So context cursor, which I don't care about. Like that's just like the naming when people can't display images. So really could care less. File path is actually incorrect. This should technically be probably its own thing. So let's just go. This should be images year. We'll just put 2025. That doesn't look right. Does this one like quotes, you think? Okay, what about that? I think that looks better, maybe? Instead of single quotes, replace that with double quotes, maybe. I don't like single quotes. All right. No, it just auto-corrected that. Okay. What? That's wrong, probably. Yeah. Am I missing something? I'm missing something. You guys are sitting there yelling at me, aren't you? All right, I think I have to go to the bathroom again. I'm not going anywhere. We're going to fix this stupid template thing. All right, let's try the timer. 1 second. Quick bio break, real fast. All right, be right back. Oh, dang, I am late. I am so late. I am sorry. Wow, I am fired. Whew. So fired. Dang. I am beyond late. No, that doesn't work. Alright. Whew. Alrighty. Let's go over here. Context.filepath. Okay, templates is a function. Demonstration really isn't an administration, so to speak of. There is a snacks integration, but that's for, well, that actually we might end up put up in there for the snacks integration. Anywho, I want to say we were already kind of doing something like that. Necessary for image clip to recognize it as a file. Huh. Let's see. Dude, I did. I was gonna crap my pants. It's not good. Had to bolt. TMI, I know. Oh well. Let's go. I feel like that context is fine. Images. And then, so context dot, I think there should be like another dot here. And then I want to say, I think we add another one in actually. And this one should be context dot file name, like that, and dot dot Something along those lines, probably. So then you have the context cursor, images, and then the context file name for the template. File underscore name. File underscore name should be the proper context. We won't use that. Cursor indicates where the cursor will be placed after the insertion of the use cursor in template is true. Figure label generated from the file name converted to lowercase with spaces, replacement dash. Huh. Honestly, instead of context.cursor, I think we just do context.label. I don't need to, like, who doesn't run web browser without images now? So let's go just label. So that makes sense to me. Did you make a video setting up Hugo with running CI/CD? Oh yeah, I think so. No. Typically, any tutorial videos I always leave free, so you should see that. Let me see. Where's that at? I don't know if I ever put it as Hugo. I might just say website. Yeah, because nobody ever looks for Hugo. People are like, what the hell is Hugo? All I know is WordPress. It's been a minute. So I actually did two things here. So there's this video. Inject a marked file link like this, yeah. That's what we're trying to do with the template. Please look at DMs, it's important. Okay. What do we got? Oh, the WPBD, the Windows Platform Binary Table. I need to do more research on that before I can get back to you guys on whether or not we should disable that for the image generation. I would say not is where I'm leaning, but could be wrong there. Just because I don't think anybody else really does. Alright. So, I think this should do what I want it to do. So, let's save that. Let's come into Neovim. Right now we're on website. Grab that. Let's come down to here. We're gonna save this into here, and then we're gonna just, I gotta redo the hotkey for this. Right now we're having to, did I accidentally launch Steam? What the hell? Whatever. Alright, paste image. Test. Still didn't do it. Yeah, just read the manual. Just read the manual. Typical fucking users, I swear. Worthless. Don't use AI. Just read the manual. Idiots. God bless. Try to document your shit better, maybe. How about that? How about that for an example? All right, so this example's just not working. All right, let's go back into that config. So the template is just not working in this context. So for this template context, maybe templates outside of the default option is just not well documented. So let's take a look here at the full blown. So here's template, file types. Okay, so you have default. Templates in here, right there, template equals file path is what it's currently at. Now you can say default template should return just a straight string. So instead of doing it through a function, maybe we can just go default template. Let's just pull it to here. Let's go file name. So something like that, maybe file underscore name. That would make logical sense to me. Let's see what that does. Don't think that's going to work because of the single quotes. So maybe let's do it with a double quote, maybe. But if it's returning a string, I will try it really fast at that. Oh, it auto-corrected it to that. All right, what if we do this? No. Well, that ain't gonna work either. Because if I do a single quote, it's just gonna put file name for the template. Oh, really? ABS? Whoa. That's the syntax? That's wild. I would have never gotten that. Oops. Let's just see what that gives me. I don't. Well, let's just see what that does. I know that's not going to be right per se, but it might get me in the right path. So grab that, and then we just paste image. Okay. No, it just keeps ignoring the template. And if we look at the images in 2025, you can see it's making them, which is great. And they're only like 6 kilobytes, so that's actually really good. So it's putting them in the right spot. It's just ignoring the template. URL encode path, relative template path, true. Use cursor in template, true. So there's some form of problem here. I think we turn off relative template path and cursor in template. So remove that. Let's just ask AI. We're out of ideas and it's just not working. To change the template for Vim setup. Here is our example. That doesn't work. And we're gonna pull up that. File path handling. All right. So it says this is the correct path. All right, let's give this a whirl. I thought we did this though. Yeah, no, that didn't work. It's actually file name. It's technically the template that should be used. It just doesn't quite work. Well, let me ask. What I'm thinking is maybe relative file path. Documentation. So relative template file path shouldn't be there. Use absolute template path as specified. So that's what I was thinking, is this was the missing command. It was overwriting our template. At least that's the only thing that kind of makes sense to me. Man, kind of bonk. But as with most things in Linux, it just requires like a bunch of trial and error to fix. Okay. Let's try that. Hey. All right, progress. Nice. Very, very close, but we don't want the full path. Perfect. Okay. We're finally making some progress here. So instead of that, relative template pass false. On top of this, I want to say template after cursor, insert mode, paste, use cursor. File name. Why? Why does it add okay. Use cursor and template true. If you always want images. Relative template fast false, yeah. Relative template fast false. Template true. So why is it modifying it to give the full path name? It should only be images and then the file name. That doesn't make any sense. So what the problem is, like, let's say I publish it like this. The problem is that this right here should only display, it should look like this. This is the actual display it should be. However, it keeps adding the full path. The absolute path. Is there an absolute path key? I don't see absolute path false up here. Show directory path and prompt false. So the question is, why is it adding all of that? So let's just yank that. I did use file name, did I not? Yeah. Maybe it's using directory path somehow. Yeah, it's saying file path and not directory path. So directory path's right here. User template. Hard code the web path. Is web accessible path. Which one? Full. Okay, so file path equals that. File name is just that. So this configuration, you'll get this instead of this. Yeah, that's what I got. Your template is using file path, not file name. That's why you're getting a full path. Change it to this. No, I'm using file name. I am using file name, and it is still giving full path. Maybe it understands all caps. Seems to be a known issue or limitation. Here's a few potential positions. Okay. Check if you're using file type specific overrides that might be in. Oh, okay. So it could be under here, like under file types in the template. Let's try that for file types, markdown template. I feel like that is probably a better. I think there's probably a default here that's getting overwritten. So let's go template, markdown. Let's look what it is. So markdown template. Yeah, that's what's happening. So you go file types, markdown template. It automatically grabs this by default. That's why. Okay. Great. We are on it. So this is default right here. We go to the next one. We go file types, markdown template, file name. Boom. This should fix it. So what was happening, the default template was the full file path, and that's what was causing the not to show up right. So now that we've done that, say, hey, no relative template, now it should default to this one and give us the proper file. So convoluted. So this is the old way. I'm actually going to just leave it there, and we're going to get a new one. See, this is when people, like, you saw, like, Phoenix. I'm sorry, I'm going to call Phoenix out again. But typical Linux users go, just read the manual when they just don't know what to tell you. And they don't understand that the documentation doesn't actually show what the program's doing. And they'll just say, read the documentation, and just kind of throw their hands up and walk away. That is what's toxic about the Linux community. It's just not a good way to respond to something that just doesn't have good documentation. It just doesn't. You don't understand that, hey, this should fall back, or there is a fallback into here. So there's two different ways where this was getting hung up that's not documented anywhere that I could see. The first thing is right here where it says relative template path is defaulted to true, therefore it'll overwrite whatever you put in template. But you have to kind of read between the lines to figure that out. The second thing is, if you're in a markdown file, if you go into file types markdown template, this takes precedent over this if relative template path is set to false. So then it comes back to here, and then it will use this as the default. So then you got to set it. Now, I don't think there's any other surprises here, so this should technically work now. We'll watch it not. That'd be pretty funny. Oh no. Let's go paste. Oh. So let's go paste image, file name, test 71. Okay. So then we have this one, now test 71 there. And that would technically work. That's exactly what we needed. Oop. Still in insert mode. So there's that. Now if we look at, let's make sure it's still creating our folder file. 2025. And there's test 71 with the space. Now we might need to modify that so it doesn't use any spaces. Let's just delete this. And we're gonna go one more. And then paste image, test 72. And now we have that. We'll put this as test. Done. Now, we should have all of that. And now when we publish this to the web, it'll have our image generation, everything right there. One change I probably will make instead of cursor, I think we're going to just add the label, which actually I think we're just going to use the file name without the extension. So if you look in the documentation, we look down, file name including its extension, but we can do file name no extension right here. So what we're gonna do, because I don't even want to add that, because nobody's really gonna see this section of it because it's gonna display the image, and very few people just watch the text only, like maybe using elinks or www browser and Linux where you're using the browser in the terminal, but like 99.99999% of the internet is not ever going to see this. So we don't need to really waste our time inserting a label there. So what we're going to do, close this out. I'm going to come back. Let's come back into here. We're going to change this init. And where it says cursor for the template, this right here, paste no extension. Yep. And this one right here, paste no extension. So now when we do it, we're not going to get prompted. It's just going to just drop it all in right at the gate. So to emphasize that one last time, let's just come down here. We're going to delete that. And then one last screenshot. Then we're going to go paste image, test 73. Boom. Perfect. So now what happens is I'm writing something for this. I can actually just automatically insert images and make an entire web page without ever leaving the terminal, where I can easily just go, okay, let me bounce over here, take a snapshot, bounce back, insert it in, and then just keep moving. So that'll be really nice, actually. And we are in Wayland doing that, so how about them apples? But a very cool project. And that's the thing about the most Linux projects. Most are really neat, but a lot of them are not well documented, and there's not enough people using them, so you don't have enough syntax or examples to really go off of. So it does require a lot of trial and error like we just did to kind of like flush it out and get it working exactly how you want it. And that's just like one of those things where you might spend a couple hours doing it. Eventually you might get that time back as an ROI. I'm not certain you will. It's just kind of fun and cool to do. The end result really shouldn't be, like most Linux users will be like, well, using Neovim's more efficient. And I'm not certain that's true. I think when you deal with the setup time, the learning curve, you probably will just be more productive using Writer or VS Code if you're a professional programmer. That's not always true, but for the most people, I would say that's probably true. And then when you get into some of these things like this, I'm going to save, a couple seconds here and there from doing like it the manual way where you're like copying and pasting it into like maybe a graphic editor. Same principle. And eventually maybe I get that time back. I doubt it though. The ROI probably is not there for as much time as we spent doing this one thing. However, I want to propose another way of looking at this, especially when it comes to looking at Neovim, right? Most people are like, I don't have time to waste on that. I would say it matters in how you feel about using it. So the biggest thing here I want you to think about of why you would choose Linux, why you would choose Neovim, why you would choose fill in the blank. How does it make you feel? Believe it or not, this is probably the biggest factor of why you should use that thing. If it makes you feel amazing, like this was probably a complete waste of time for what the little minute time I might save doing it, but it feels great and it makes me want to use it. It makes me want to write more articles. It makes me want to do that thing where the old method of going and pulling it up on the web and then using some kind of graphical editor, it just felt bad. And I didn't enjoy it, where I enjoy this method. So I might spend more time on the setup, and maybe I'm definitely more efficient now, but it feels so much better. And that matters more, and it's going to make me produce more. So that's where I think probably the where people should be promoting or saying about Neovim, it just feels good once you get certain things down. But I don't think it's more efficient. I really don't. I think from a productivity standpoint, after dealing with this stuff, that's kind of my thought process. Yeah. And that's why you should use whatever it is. Like, I think people get too hung up on like politics and like, oh, well, this is what you should use. This is what all the Giga Chads use, or whatever it might be. I think you should do the thing that you'll be productive in and that you like and enjoy. And if you enjoy that, no matter if it's using, I'll use George R.R. Martin on this one for writing. He uses like an old ass version of WordStar from the 80s, which is an awful editor. No one should use that. But he enjoys it, and that's how he writes. Now, he's terribly inefficient. He probably hasn't made a book in like 10 years, so, that's probably not the best example. But if that's what gets the job done, just use it. That's what I'm saying. If it's Mac OS, use Mac OS. Like, there's nothing wrong with any of the operating systems. If it's Windows, use Windows. If it's VS Code on Microsoft Windows, yes, I'm going to make fun of you, but if it works, you can't deny the results. You just can't. Like for me, like when I tried Rust, I really wanted to like Rust. And I tried it, and I kind of beat my head against the wall for like a week, couple weeks, month, whatever it was, reading the book, and I just really didn't like the language. I really like the compiler, believe it or not. Like most people crap on like Cargo because it's slow, but I really enjoyed Cargo, and like the publishing to crates.io is just amazing. But I just really did not like the language. The syntax was just too obfuscated and so much machine code kind of in the syntax, and I just really didn't like it. And I'm like, okay, I'm definitely more on the functional programming language based on what I know today. You know, and that's just where I'm at in my journey. And I think you can kind of apply this methodology to a lot of things. Like when I think of Linux, I think there's like a journey in Linux, which is really interesting. When you first start Linux, you just think it's the best thing ever. It's like, why doesn't everyone use this? Why you should just play all your games in here. You should just do everything in here. And that's just like the initial like high of Linux. Then you start to see some of the cracks form with certain hardware that doesn't work. And then you're like, ah, crap, that doesn't work. That feels kind of bad. I did need to play this thing and I just couldn't really. And then, you know, there's certain things that start to show, and then sometimes that breaks an individual, or sometimes you adapt and just say, you know what, I don't like Photoshop anymore. I'm going to use GIMP. I don't like Office. I'm going to use an online or open Office. And then you start to modify your workflow, and then you might get to a happy state. You might not. You might just go back to Windows and those things. It depends on the user. But eventually you'll find the things that work the best for you, and then you just use those. And then you're like, okay, cool, I'm happy. And then you just move on. And I think the same thing can be said for every operating system. There's just certain things that they do well. Typewriters feel good to type on. I don't know about that. You gotta press on the keys so damn hard on the typewriters. I really don't like it. I'm strong enough for it, but my God. If you go back to like the 70s, people had some strong ass hands back then. Because typewriters, man, they require a lot of pounding skill. Haven't used a good typewriter then? Yeah, probably not. I imagine there was some pretty solid ones, especially towards the end of the 70s. Most of the typewriters I was on was kind of old school, so probably 50s, 60s where you really had to pound the keys. But there were some electric ones towards the end there that was more like your traditional keys now. Okay, so this is working good. Let's go over to Neovim. Actually, Neovim. Fix Wayland image. Ooh, before we commit this, we also have one more thing to do. So I think I changed the plugin for this a while back, and then I never fixed it here. So now that should work. Paste image fixes for Wayland. Cool. Yeah, you can never do too many commits. Commit often. So true. All right. I feel like every time we open up Neovim, we're getting a little bit better. So let's make that article now. So let's make the Hyperland article. That was the monitor article. So let's go here. Safari. All right, great.
Boop. So now we go here. And then we make, then we make our selection. Boop. All right. And leader P. Well, what happened there? Did I have another binding for leader P? Shoot. What happened? Whoa, that really messed things up. Oh, I'm caps. I'm caps lock. Oopsies. Okay. Dang, man. My bad. All right. That was just weird. Let's try that again. Did I screw something up? Could be. Okay. Okay, great. Still feels there's something a little off there. Let's make sure it created that file. It never ends. It never ends. Delete those tests. Why don't I have thumbs working? If it's not one thing, it's another, man. 1 second. What was that? I think it's Tumblr, right? Tumblr. Yeah, it says it's installed. Thumbnail service implementing the thumbnails management dbus specification. I believe that was the right one. So, Thunar thumbnails not working. Oh, God. All right, moving on. Thumbnails for Thunar not working. Okay, so Tumblr's there. So Tumblr. If you've installed Tumblr D and you do not see that, then our Q in the terminal and make it use ffmpeg thumbnailer from the man page. Huh. All right, let's try Tumblr. Yeah, Tumblr's installed, but it's not grabbing them. Well, why not? Oh, it's WebP. I bet you PNG works, not WebP. Ah, okay, so we gotta fix that now. WebP not showing Tumblr Arch. It can't do WebP, yeah. It's not understanding. Okay, so why is that? You need WebP pixel buff loader, maybe? Linux desktops not supporting thumbnailing and WebP out of the box. That's okay. So probably this WebP Pix buff. I bet Arch has a package like that. Let's just close this for now. So let's search for WebP Pix. WebP Pix buff loader. There we go. All right, good. WebP Pix buff loader. Let's grab that library. Dude, after I finish getting all this set, for the love of God, remind me to redo my Arch script. So I don't want to track down all this crap again. Oh, that would be awful. Although, we are on 460 days of Arch. It's pretty impressive. Okay, WebP, there we go. Hot dog. All right, great. That's working there. Now, I wonder why. Maybe it just takes a while for it to build the cache. Because it showed the WebP. Oh, no, it didn't. Okay. What would cause that? Build. Okay, so you install it. File library. The other steps after I install the library stop. Blah, blah, blah. Cannot load image. To view images. Yep. Image viewer. So maybe we got to set the defaults for WebP. I don't think it recognizes that. So let's go to images. Although that one shows. There's WebP. So if that's working, that one's just not. Huh. Maybe it's just working through all the folders one by one. It could be. Because it's showing some of them. Anyways, it did create it. It does look like it works. Gravy. All right. List monitor details. 2. Conf. So syntax for adding specific monitors with config like this. Let's just do a block here. All right, monitors. Oh, it's grabbing all that actually. Let's just do a new tab here. Well, let's just grab these, yank that, paste it here. We got that. So then equals monitor description. Let's do underscore description. Then we do comma, resolution, comma, position, comma, and I think the one is scale. Scale. Examples. Look at me. Take note, Linux people. You do the syntax, and then you do examples. Like real world examples. It helps people. Yeah. So that is the proper way to document. But that's okay. If you don't want to do it, I'll do it. It gives me so much content. You know, that's the beauty of Linux. I absolutely, I hate it, but I love it too. Like, it's just so badly documented everywhere, or there's just not a very intuitive, like, example / syntax structure that most people just get lost. It's just way, which, I mean, it makes sense because when you get like really brilliant people, they're typically just not great at explaining in a simple fashion. Usually they overcomplicate things, and a lot of times they add a lot of word speak and fluff that just it doesn't make any sense. You know? So, that's what I'm here for. All right. Let's go to website. Let's build this sucker up. Let's go test it. Oh. Do we have a local host? I thought I had it up here in my... Do I have drafts? Oh, no. Actually, I think I have it in... My Control-C is not working, by the way. That's why it wouldn't cancel out of the .NET. Control-C was not working. Control-C doesn't work for me. Why? Control-C? Both controls don't work. Why do you think that is? That's weird. I'm out of control. Yeah, Snacks doesn't show the image. I think it's because of how the relative one is. Oh, we do need to add that in there. Damn it, Phoenix, you're right. Let me see if I can't fix that. Control Z stat. Nice. Nice. I'm out of control. All right, great. I think we actually have hug. Okay, hug, I think, was my start. Now, if I reload this, it should show. Yeah. So then we have Hyperland monitor config. So then screenshot of Hyperland monitors. Boom. It shows you what it is. Then add, and then it gives you a breakdown of the syntax. You have monitor description, resolution, position, and scale. And then you have 3 examples. One from my studio, which shows the description, which was actually, if you look, this one. Then it shows preferred, which is the resolution. Auto, which is the positioning. Since it's a single monitor, I don't care. Usually this could be 0x0 as well. That would be sufficient as it goes x-axis, y-axis. And then 1, which is the scale. So if you had like a 4K monitor, that one might be a 2 or 1.5. I don't know if it does decimals or not, but I'm pretty sure it does. Wayland actually does a good job with scaling. Scaling and refresh, no tearing. That's why people usually use Wayland. So if you don't have problems with tearing and scaling, a lot of people just use Xorg and say, screw it, I'm good. And both are actually good solutions. All right. Nice. So that's the creation of an article, why we just did what we did. There was one thing about that too. So we have to fix the snacks. And then when we did the paste, something kind of funky happened there. Did y'all pick up on that? I know I did. If you look at the config, so let's say right here, we're going to paste something different, right? I have a hotkey for this. So we got this, right? Take it, boom. And then we're in here. And if I go leader P and monitors. Okay, yeah. Never mind. I guess it was just maybe I was like in insert mode and it tried to do a direct paste in. There was some shenanigans there. So now let's see if we can refer to the images and fix snacks. So that did fix it. I think I had just a bad configuration, or maybe I hadn't relaunched or something, but it's fine now. So let's go over to snacks, which should be in my recent. No, we've been Neovimming today. It's not even in my recent. So let's go over to Neovim. Snack. Give me some snacks. Now in snacks, we need to go to image. Image. Images enable equals true. Okay. This needs a configuration. So let's go back to our image clipper. And we're looking for picker. Because we need to change picker. Snacks picker. Example configuration. The above function should be found to a keymac through lazy Neovim. Okay. This is for a paste. This plugin can be integrated into Snacks Picker, which includes built-in support for previewing. But this function is a paste of an image. We just did all that. Yeah, not what we need. So, how do we modify picker? I think we need to go to snacks config for this. Snacks. Let's look at picker and see what options we have. So, picker. Oh, screenshots galore. I do really enjoy this snacks, by the way. I will say the dashboard got kind of funky on me. I had to go back to alpha. I tried a bunch of different configurations, even basic configurations with their dashboard, and it ended up erroring a bunch. So I ended up going back to the alpha dashboard. But I'm sure they'll fix that in the future. Yeah, so how do we make snacks Neovim understand the path syntax since it's not the actual proper path? That's only for Hugo to digest the image and display it properly on the web, which is inevitably what we really care about. But it would be nice to display it. Is that possible? I do not know. But maybe we could set some kind of special rule that looks and matches it to the absolute value of home /Titus /GitHub /website /static, and then the image. So if it sees image /image, it automatically goes, hey, the absolute path should preface this with that, what I just named. How do we do that? That is the question. There is extensive picker documentation here. 99% is your fault. Well, fair enough. Fair enough. I probably should have picked a better setup here. Let's go copy AI time. And make a Neovim config that modifies path names that are in .md files to preview the image of images file name dot extension to home Titus GitHub website static / images dot file name dot xt. Let's just see. Yeah, that's true. / image, it won't do relative. I wonder if we could change it if there's like a rule or something. Oh, what are you doing? That's a bit excessive. It's kind of funny. Yeah, that's true. In my brain, you would just make the plugin use relative paths. That would be the proper way to do it. That's pretty hilarious. Image path modifier. That's just crazy. Oh. Bro. I think it's easier just to change the configuration to use relative. That's funny that this is what it spit out. Oh yeah. Yeah, Noel, I've been on Twitch for a bit now. I stream. I've been streaming a bunch lately. It's been good. Be able to make a bunch of stuff. I don't know how entertaining these streams are, but I do get a lot done. Or it feels like I get a lot done. Usually people sit here, like Phoenix, making fun of me. And then I'll go on some kind of tangent or rant about how he's wrong, and then he'll be like, oh, never mind, I found the proper documentation. It works now, thanks. And then we go on, and we actually solve whatever it is we're looking at. That's typically the format of these streams. Give or take. Occasionally I'm right, but usually I'm wrong. Yeah, but it's very much a raw stream where we're just like trying to fix one or two things, and then you sit there and just see bash my head up against the wall while you scream into your monitor going, no, you put it over here. Oh my god, Titus is such an idiot. And that's usually how these go. Yeah, with YouTube, you have to cut out all the fluff. Maximize audience retention. And timestamp and all that good stuff. Here, it's definitely, it's YouTube's definitely a straight line. Here, it's like this long, looping, roundabout. Oh, we're finally getting there. Oh, okay, we got there. But we do usually get there. I mean, it's kind of surprising how much stuff we've actually solved on these streams. You know? That's the cool part. Let's look at the image configuration one more time. The AI did not help at all, by the way. That was just absolutely, utterly worthless. I don't know why I did that. I just hoped it made something worthwhile or good. But it did not. So, over built-in syrup usage, example configs. So here's picker. So we set picker, is it options? So options, picker, enable true. Now, what configuration options do we have? Multi-source pattern. So we could do like a pattern, string pattern used to filter items by the matcher. Okay. Transform sort. Preview. Man, it sure would be nice to be able to preview that. So we could just change the entire website Hugo instance to use relative instead of that / image. Maybe. Yeah, relative paths resolved it. So yeah, I think probably changing Hugo to use relative. Because as soon as we start images with a / image, which is funny because I used to use relative and then I forget why I changed it to absolute values or absolute paths instead of relative. That was a mistake. We would have to change a lot of files. We can do that though. So previews, jump, toggles, windows. Yeah, I don't think we can really do anything here. Let me look at the structure. Let's look at the structure of this. So right now, actually let's switch over to website. Okay, and let's change over to like hyperland comp modification. So right now the structure as it looks. I don't know why images is still there. Let's delete that. Okay, so right now the structure looks like this. For some odd reason, what I did, I used to have it in posts images. So I would do a relative reference. So it'd put the markdown file and I'd go ... move up to post, ... move up to content, and then it would be / images, which would be right here, and then move in. However, now it's all in static right here, this static images, and that's where all of them reside. By the way, yeah, let's delete that. So this is all the images right now. So how do I reference it on my system? So when we're here and it's referencing the static images folder, it needs to go up 1 folder, 2 folders, 3 folders, then go into static, then the reference is images. That's a long looping reference to actually show the images here. I'm not certain I have a good solution for this. Just change the template. What template are you talking about? Let's see. Are you talking about the Hugo template? Like the TOML file? Like, we can open up that. What are we doing for that? In image clip. That's how the pages are rendered. Hugo uses the metadata at the top to render all these images. So this actually gets made into a flat site or a static site, and then it's served with just traditional HTML. Very, very little JavaScript too. I've really limited it down. So almost everything's completely baked in. So as far as like CSS and JavaScript goes, actually, never mind. I say we limited it down, but not really. We're still using a bootstrap. Custom nav's really small. Font awesome, we're pulling in. jQuery, of course. There's bootstrap again. Font awesome. Shuffle. I don't know if we actually use shuffle anymore. At one time we did. Fuse. Mark.js. Search. And theme. It works pretty darn well, though, I will say. Image clip. Oh, yeah. But then it wouldn't work for Hugo when I do the compile, Phoenix. That's the problem. So, like, let's say... Oops. Undo that. So, let's say we go back to here. Let's go hyper. So, we're back over here. The problem is, if we change this to an absolute path, it'll probably display properly, but then it won't compile in Hugo. So that's a problem. Yeah. So even if we did a relative path, I don't think it would work in a current structure. I have to change up the entire structure in Hugo to be able to use this just so I could see the image here. Yeah. I don't know about supporting both. I mean, it's possible. Is it really worth it is the question. We're talking about changing 1,000 web pages, redoing the actual configuration and structure of Hugo just so I can view images in Neovim. Is it worth that? What are we talking about? If we're not talking about that, what are we talking about? Because that's the only way I see how that would work. Unless we build some kind of special function or something that says, hey, we're in the website directory. Therefore, when you see images, we paste in whatever it is. So, like, this right here works, by the way. This is perfect. Oh, that's so weird. That always launches Steam whenever I click on that. Huh. I'm 80% sure Hugo supports relative path and others like everyone else. I know, but we got to change everything to be able to work with that. What's up, Bubba? Oh my god. Second, my son just yelled.
It was just a giant cockroach. All right. All right, so what do we got? What is the proposed solution here, Phoenix? If you're still there. Get image, do this. You know how I know you guys are Linux users? Lordy, it was funny. Yeah, okay. I don't see anything there. So that would entail changing. Yeah, so yeah. I'm trying to remember why I switched it. At one time I was using relative file links. But even when it was relative, it was still having like an images directory inside of posts. So maybe we can, you know, it might be worth changing. Let's see. Hugo. Let's just see. Any idea? Blah, blah, blah. Talking about relative URLs. I try to place images next to content file. Not a huge fan of that. It kind of bloats things up. It actually wouldn't be that bad, maybe. Yeah, I need to do like a subdirectory to do it. So it'd have to be images. No, because then it all can get tossed into one directory, which wouldn't be the worst thing. It's not like I read a ton of articles. It's hilarious. I think you're having a conversation in your head, Phoenix. Like, here's what you've told me for the past 10 minutes. Let's just read them off. Image clip, or whatever. In image-clip, the plugin used to paste the markdown image be instead of image, you can do whatever images in here. Yeah, I understand relativity. Shouldn't it? Why talking about it? Shouldn't it support both? We aren't talking about that. I'm 80% sure Hugo supports relative paths. It does. You don't. Just try relatives paths at this. Are you sure it won't compile? I don't. Just do that. Not old. Holy shit, listen. I'm not crazy, okay? That sounds wild. You haven't explained anything. I get we're trying to do relative paths, but let's not pretend like you've given me a spelling out here. It's funny. It's funny. I know it's probably so frustrating seeing when someone's streaming. You're like, no, I can do it. It's very much the like IT guy that walks up to, you know, I've been the IT guy that walks up to the queue. Yeah, let me just fix it. All right, yeah, move, and then you sit down and you can just jam it out. I totally get it. But yeah, it's pretty funny. Render image under Markdown. We do relative links. I think that's already all set up, so that should be fine. I
don't think I've changed any of that for images. Might double check that though. If we look at Hugo documentation and we look at, actually, I think that would be actually in the configuration. So if we look over here, let's see, where we got? Like if you go to config.toml and we look, does it show anything like gold mark or configuration over here? So we do some scaling and optimization of this. This I think does make it a little pixelated. I'm not 100% certain I should do this. I might end up taking that out of my Hugo config, as I noticed some of my images have been just overly processed and just look like 8-bit at this point. They're so big in the pixels. It's just ridiculous. Params images, formats, WebP, JPEG. It's fine. And media types, it's fine. I'm just looking for any kind of custom configuration right now. It does display images, by the way. I think, like, if, like, we look at... It displays images, I think. Does it not? Oh, I'm not in the right terminal. Guys. Oops. Yeah, it works. My bad. Yeah, I can't display this one because it's not in the right one. So that's what I was fixing. Yeah. I think Phoenix was getting caught up that it wasn't showing images in the fuzzy finding. I was talking about just specifically Hugo web pages not showing images because the path is a static path. So it has no way of referencing that. It was pretty funny. Oh, you weren't? Oh, okay. Well, oops. No. Well, that's why we're talking about Hugo. What are you talking about? You're crazy. You're making me crazy, Phoenix. What you talking about, Willis? I don't understand. Now, there is an idea here. So what if I want to say, what if we just did images relative? So my idea for modify, you'd have to modify about 1,000 web pages to do this idea, but let me show you. So let's say you take this, right? And then let's just reorg that one image because testing's good before you do bulk changes. Let's say we get that. Copy this. Monitors? I thought we did. Did we do monitors? Yeah. All right. Well, whatever. We'll just cut those. Let's go into the web page path. And we're going to go into content posts 2025. So this is where the markdown file lives. We're going to create a folder. We're going to call it images. Was there... Let's just pull up the file over here. It's actually images lowercase. Let's go. Let's rename those images. So then we have that. We're going to go paste. Boom. So let's see how this does on that. and then it display. So then it shows, right? So then we're editing. We're like, okay, good. Everything looks good here. Perfect. Let's build this out and see how it would look. So then when we're editing, we can see the preview inside of our terminal, which would be kind of nice. No doubt. So then let's system CTL user restart Hugo. And then we're going to reload our local draft. All right, it does break that image. So let's inspect. And okay, so then it would add the Hyperland monitor config images. But yeah. I'm trying to think of how to modify that images to display properly here. We could change the template. Yeah. That's gonna... I'm trying to think of the best way to approach it. So, what if... Where can we put that? If we go backspace, we can toss it somewhere else. But then it kind of... It would get all cobbled together and there'd just be so many images if it was like in a root. So we kind of need to do some kind of formatting here. What would that look like? What would be intuitive? That I wouldn't hate myself years from now after I have 1,000 images in there. So structure it properly. Let's see. Let's just... Oh, what are we doing here? Okay. Yeah, we don't need to do this. I was just wanting to test it out. And what I'm thinking, let's say, let's just first change to website. And then I want to look at maybe do like a grep. Let's look for a relative image. Is there rel? Let's reload. Let's grab image. Short codes. Oh, those are just extra. I don't want to necessarily do a short code. It would be a kind of a band-aid style fix. I'd like to just do it from a structure point of view. So I'm thinking, do we have anything other than content? Nah, these are all just content posts with images. It's actually not that many images. So under layout, params with image. It's actually not in very many spots. So you got .params.image, params.image, and then you do have ABS URL. We might be able to change the templating here. ABS URL. Let's look at Hugo params.image. Oh, this is a good one. I'm having an idea. This is pretty old, though. This is like 10 years ago. It's a good one. It says it was added. Oh, no. Okay, this one got added. Okay. Yeah, so that's currently there. That's currently how I have my structure. Let's keep going. Surely they fixed this. This is now or 7 years in the past. Okay. Shit. Oh, here we go. Snoot back in 2020. So this is currently my current structure. To achieve relative image paths in Hugo in Markdown files, you should organize the content in Hugo's newish page bundles. This is actually when I changed it. I remember reading this, and I remember changing it to static images. I used to actually have my images in content. So I did change it to that. I can't remember why I did that. So then you have this. Images would be rendered like this. Therefore, images would be linked from inside the Markdown files like this. Yes. Now you have to keep track of images which go to post conflicts. To link images in your Markdown files relative to your post, consider the following leaf bundle directory tree. Okay. Post about blah. Ah. This guy has a jank structure. This is awful. Yeah. Would not do it that way. The problem with doing it this way is your SEO would just be complete ass. So you'd have posts. One, you don't want this. That's just awful. But typically what you want is the post to be linked. The problem I have is, it is not necessarily a Hugo problem, but looking at, let's just grab like Hyperland config over here. You can see the URL is specified as a short name. I like short names because search engines like this. So, and I'm very, very good in search engine optimized right now. I get, I think, around 2 million visitors to my site every month. So that's a lot of visits. So screwing this up is absolutely a non-starter. What happens is the URL gets put in under relative path. So if we look at relative path, or let's do image again. Params.image absolute direction, absolute URL. I think what we do here is we modify, like if you're going to do it, I think you'd modify it to go from the root of the URL, not even relative, and then try and map it to the static folder that it have access to. Yeah, I mean, it's doable. Like anything in tech, it's all doable. It's just like, yeah, you know. Nobody has a perfect solution, guys. Like, that's the thing. Everyone always, no matter what it is, whether it's programming or, you know, tech or just work in general, guys, no matter what you find in your career or what you're doing, there's one thing that will always hold true for everyone. Even if you have that absolute dream job where you just look forward to waking up each and every day, I want you to all remember this. It's wisdoms that I've acquired over many decades. No matter what you're doing, I mean, doesn't matter what you're doing, you're always going to have to shovel a little shit. It's just how the world works. It's just how it is. Just remember, there is no perfect solution, and there never will be. It's just how it is. You gotta take the good with the bad. And this is kind of a, yeah. Doing that is fine. I guess you could do a reference image with some kind of, I don't think I care enough to fix this problem. I think that's what this boils down to. Yeah, there's that. Let's just reload this. It's fine. Alright, that looks good. Let's clear out some of that testing. Let's go content post 2025. I mean, it was a good idea, but not great. If you find something, Phoenix, I'm not opposed to 100%. I do love me some Hugo, though. I love Hugo. Just absolutely adore it. It is so much fun, and I do like the structure of the Markdown. So, I mean, it's not like a deal breaker. Sure, viewing the images would be nice, but I don't care. I'm just confused how Markdown doesn't support relative or the dot forge path. I bet you could code something up. There'd probably be some kind of break fix there. It'd be kind of a pain in the butt to do. Like, I'm trying to think, what do other people use? I mean, don't say WordPress, for the love of God. I will smack you. I'll come through that screen and smack anybody that says WordPress. That's just absolutely the worst solution in the world. For everything. Except maybe people are just like tech illiterate and just can't do anything. WordPress is fine for you people. You dirty peasants. That is not me. We do not use WordPress. Nor is it spoken around me. Astro. What is Astro? Astro is awesome for content management. Astro website. Astro build. How old is this? A web framework for content-driven websites. Node.js? Or is it Next.js? JavaScript web framework optimized for building fast content. Okay. Oh no, it's its own thing. It's not Next.js or anything. It's like its own framework. Why have I never heard of Astro? That's kind of cool. A web framework. I mean, I don't know anything about it, but I bet we could whip something up. We want to try and do a giant conversion of my website to Astro. I'm here for it. It's used by Visa, Google, Microsoft, Porsche, OpenAI, Netlify. It's kind of a weird culmination of stuff. Cloudflare. All right. Go to site showcase. Give me like a blog or something. The one thing I do like about Hugo is it does have templating, which is really, really good. I bet this would be really good for like content management when you have like a bunch of people. Let's see, do we have something? Probably something like that. So gets that. It's interesting. I prefer websites with no content. Okay. Been around for a bit. I think 5.0 back in December was a big update. Yeah, so the thing I love about my current workflow is the fact that we just made everything just so darn easy. Now, I know we spent all that time with the images in here. Let's go back to Neovim real fast. If I go to snacks, so the image, I really want to like previewing images, but for my main primary purposes with Hugo, I don't think it really makes much sense. Because obviously it's not going to work on Hugo. And that's going to be like 90% of probably images coming through my Markdown. I'm trying to think of any other places I want to see images popping up in my terminal. I don't really know. I don't think I do. I think we just... I know this sounds terrible. It was the whole purpose of us doing everything. I think we just mark it off, though. You know? And then that way, when we're sitting here on our website and I want to go edit my files, I can just go to town and I never have to worry about the image problem. Yeah. So, yeah, but I really like this because I have my categories, I have everything, and I don't know, I just like it. No walkthrough video. And false. We do need a configuration for this. Cool. Let's grab that bad boy. Hey, how's it go, Lucas? So let's just get that. What is today? 7:31? There it is. Oh, that's right. We have a bug, another Wayland bug. I don't think I can drag and drop files in to here. That kind of sucks. It's another way where like Xorg is better. Headshots. Let's just scale this up. Oh, let's go there with that. Put that at the top. Boom. Oh, that's right. You can't drag and drop. That sucks. Oh, how do I do the drag and drop in Wayland? There's got to be some method. Is there a drag and drop? Why can't I drag and drop images from Wayland in here? Is there a solution? Surely there's a solution. A common issue with Wayland compositors applications that have fully implemented new and drag and drop protocols. Here are several solutions to follow. Okay, you can run GIMP in X11 compatibility mode. We already have WL clipboard. I guess we could do a copy paste. I think that's probably the best method. So no drag and drop. You could also do Hyperland specific, where you have Swallow, which would be kind of cool. I do like Swallow with Alacrity and Kitty. You got floating with GIMP. That might work. I don't think so, 100%. That's okay. And I'll just mark it as one more thing that Wayland sucks at. Maybe one day. I'm just so sick of people going, oh, it works. Wayland's the best. So good. Oh my god, why doesn't everyone use Wayland? Because it's not better than Xorg yet. There's still problems. Still problems. Oh, let's just go here. Give me a smile, or just grab the first smile I got. Ah, there we go. Oh, can't drag and drop. Let's copy. And then paste. Oh, no. Copy. Let's try copy to clipboard. Now paste. Yeah, there we go. Thanks, Wayland. You're so good. There's no problems here at all with you. Nope. Perfectly fine. Perfectly fine. You're the best. You're the best, Wayland. So good. Yep. Oh, that's right. That also crashes it. Damn. Yeah, there's a weird bug there too. I'm never gonna leave DWM, am I? I'm never gonna be able to get away from Xorg. I'm just gonna be stuck using the same thing for the next 30 years. We're all doomed. 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 X11's gonna rule supreme forever. Ah, all right. Oh, what was this? No, that's not what I wanted. Okie dokie. Man, that just sucks. Ah. What was I using Wayland for again? Hyperland, I guess. New version of GIMP seems to work fine, but then I lose all my scripts. I have to redo all my script foo stuff. That's the problem. That's the problem. Hopping on the Neovim bandwagon. It's where all the elite coders happen. I'm an elite coder now. I'm a special guy that uses Neovim with a custom theme. I feel so cool. Oh, that's right. I need to. That's why I was doing this. I needed to finish my stupid thumbnail with this. All right. Well, let's fix that. We can do that. All right. Come on, Chris. Focus. Focus. I gotta look at my hotkeys too, because I think I keep clicking something and it keeps opening Steam up. It's like, oh no, get out of here, Steam. I don't. Let's just launch Steam maybe, and then it'll be out of the way. Let's see. Oh god, I gotta re-log in. I don't even have my phone on me. Disregard. Alright. Lock in. Just finish this. Finish it. Finish it. We're gonna just do that. There we go. Yep, there we go. Yes? Hello? Oh, thank you.
It was a wasp. I killed it with leeches.
Oh, it was a wasp. Okay.
Yeah, they were cute.
Dang. Okay, well, at least it wasn't a cockroach. Yeah. Oh, good. Whew. Monitor config. Alright, save that. File, save as JPEG. Let's just do... Can we even do, like, a filter here? Let's just try and do a basic drop shadow, maybe. It's hard to say. Does that even work? Like, let's go... Glow radius. Let's just go like that. Sounds good to me. Still not good enough, but whatever. Did that even do anything? I don't even see it. And then if I use mine, it does not work. Well, shucks. Let's just... What about an outer glow? Just do an outer glow, maybe? It's been so long since I've tried to use the built-in crap in GIMP. I really just do not like it. I made my own and then I was just like, I'm good. But I do not see. Maybe let's try legacy drop shadow. Maybe let's try that. Okay, that one worked. Good enough. I just need a little bit of pop. Oh, that should be a WebP file as well. So let's minimize that down to, just scale it to like a 600. Scale, file, save for web maybe. This is before WebP was invented. Let's just export as WebP maybe. Yes. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, now, what do we got? 33 kilobytes. There we go. So, copy. Okay, that's good. Perfect. So then if we look at our website again, Hyperland monitor config, bam. Good enough. Just so I have reference to it. It's just a nice, one of the nicest features of Hyperland, which I do enjoy, is the auto setting of all that. Let's go. Cool. We got pull. Okay. There we go, and that's published. So then this should be on christitus.com. It'll take a little bit to get there, and we'll be good. Credit time, maybe. I might be looking at something different. When is WinUtil stream next? Probably, what, tomorrow? We could probably fit in a WinUtil stream tomorrow. I think I looked at that, Calum. As far as that, I'll do some more research and see what we want to do with the images with MicroWin, because I'm not certain we want to disable that. But well, yeah, well, let's talk about all that tomorrow. Let's do a WinUtil stream tomorrow. Did I? For tweaks? Yeah. But it was an advanced option. It wasn't like a default tweak, I want to say. So, yeah, let's look into that a little bit more. Talk about some of the changes, because that's we gotta look at it. It's been a minute. So, all right, I'm gonna go ahead and jump off here. YouTube. See you later.